Welcome to the continuation of our adventure in Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. This is video segment number 7, and remarkably, we are still in Chapter 3. We've completed a look at all of the creatures in Chapters 1, 2, and 6, and we spent a great deal of last stream on Chapter 3, but not without some problems. To be honest, it was kind of a bad session in that I was rather too sleepy to play well and could not, despite 2 separate attempts over an hour or two, I could not get through this stage and find what I needed to do for the final objective. I think I know what I need to do, but for some reason I was staring at this for too long yesterday and had a bit of tunnel vision and just could not make sense of it. That's almost certainly just a player problem. I don't imagine that there's anything about this that was actually that forbidding, and it will be very silly when we go back to it today and realize whatever it was I did terribly wrong. We have not been as exhaustive as before about actually completing absolutely everything. As you can see, our objective count for the last stage in particular is pretty low because we just went through it once very quickly. So we might go back through some of that, and as you can see, there are already a couple of secondary objectives, crossovers between various creatures that have started to pop up in this chapter as well. So we may be still in Chapter 3 for some time to come. Anyway, let's get back to this and figure out what the problem was. So we were missing one flower. We know that you have to find a couple of these creatures that very similar to hermit crabs, I guess. But they all play various musical instruments. We knew how to collect several of these instruments, but I think I was missing at least one. And since we hadn't actually completed a final objective on it yet, I was not yet able to pick up any hints as well. We had a can, we had a shell trumpet, essentially, we had a flute, and I think I was missing one beyond that, although these creatures are also very good at whistling. Yeah, because we found a pointy-shelled one, we found a spiral-shelled one, but then there was one that was also seemingly stuck that I couldn't quite unjam, and that seemed to be the final one that we were missing, and I just could not find out how to rescue it. So yeah, this is the flute. Alright, let's get into it and see, again, if we can figure out what went wrong and show how to play the stage properly. I have not looked over my previous video. I don't know if we'll be able to figure this out quickly, but it's a fairly early stage in the game, and I would be very surprised if it actually did turn out to be something extremely difficult. I think I just missed something obvious. Possibly very obvious. So anyway, off the dock over here, we didn't really figure out how to interact with any of the fish under the pier. But we figured out that it can whistle, it can also toot this horn, play a sprightly tune. There are a few of the daisies, or as I call them, the nectar, over the course of this level, and you need to basically hit these with music notes in order to grow them. It took me too long to recognize that you do just need the music notes to make contact, and then that's the main thing you need to do. Those. Got a smiley flower from a small bird. How did I even do that? Anyway, so here, this is a concert hall. I think the major 3-star objective in this level is to dock 4 musicians and 4 instruments in the concert hall, because they do play with each other when you put them here together. But we also need the musicians in order to progress. Made some note flowers bloom. Well, first of all, let's book everything first. We've done these objectives already, but I want to redo them just in case anything is dependent on doing that. Then we grow these. So yeah, again, shells need to make contact. If I drop it here, I think a jump up above is able to get me some height. That was one thing that we figured out as well. Now here though, I think the thing that threw me off yesterday was that pretty much everything purple in the background is just background and not interactable, and it took me entirely too long to stop trying to land on them. Anyway, with enough taps of the notes, which you can do by jumping. Yeah, because basically jumps make them play. Walking back and forth makes them play. I raised this column way up high, and I don't quite know how to get up there, but that's probably one thing that I was missing, actually, just a way to get up there. Also, I see that I left the pedometer on in the top right corner. That was one UI element that we had unlocked among the exploration tools last time. Okay, so we raised that whole column in the center. Let's see if I can actually reach it at all. I'm actually just slightly too low, but we should land on it from the right side after whatever we can do with these notes up here. And, of course, gathering the butterflies. So, here's another one. Now, the thing is, this one whistles, and you can kind of mix and match the instruments as well. Doesn't matter who plays which, I think they're all multi-instrumentalists. That's a beautiful descending scale on this slide, by the way. Listen to this. You slide, goes straight down the octave. The kind of thing I would have paid attention to yesterday if I were at all awake for this stage. It's a beautiful touch, actually. Turn an empty can into an instrument. Is this the empty can? I think it... Yeah, that's right. Because we'll need one of them to play the can. And again, we need to hit everything we can with notes. Let me just see if I can recover what I did or didn't accomplish. So yeah, this one, pointy shell, you can get this one as well, and we might drop it down below so we can access it later, since we will need everyone. Also, you're able to get the cloud out of here. You can get more clouds out of here, and that's how you cross. And then here are the butterflies. So now we know that if I just touch this last note here, then we can cross it. So I did do this part yesterday, I think. We did finish the climb. Thought so, anyway. Now, there's a bit of a problem here, which is that I can't get up to the top. Oh, I see, okay. We need to load a few of these here, and then bounce up to the top. In order to have enough music going on. So let's put this one with the horn. Maybe that's the major objective, and the hidden concert hall is just a side objective. I don't actually know. That's almost certainly what I was just stuck on yesterday, that I didn't even look at that possibility of stacking them in order to make sure we can get where we need to go. And touch this node up top with some notes so we can get it to expand fully. No? Really? No? Surprised. What do we... I mean, I guess there are 4 places to stand here. Maybe we need all 4. Because they'll play together. Do you bop it, it drops its instrument. That's why we had some trouble with that. But I guess if you had to play an instrument and you threw it up, then it would still play. Okay, I'm actually kind of surprised that this doesn't work the way I would have expected. Yeah, because clearly you need to wake this guy up. That's got to be the whole interaction here. But perhaps you need louder music from everybody playing together, which is always a possibility. I think what we'll do is we'll take this one down for a moment and have more instruments available so we can wake things up. So anyway, we know how to find the next instrument, which is the flute. We'll do that. It's in a treasure chest where you need to ward off these guys here, which I think you can just play notes and then they go away. Yeah, so you get the flute over here. Well, we can just switch to it now. It's not a big deal. And then, this is the problem, is that there's this one down here that I can't seem to rescue. We're supposed to drop an instrument towards it. They float, though, so you don't just lose them. Or was I supposed to... Yeah, so we couldn't figure out how to rescue this one yesterday. That was a big problem, because that's the last one we need, plus maybe one additional instrument after that. Let me get someone else to play music and see... Oh, if we roll like this, maybe we can hit the left side with music notes and then unlock it that way. I also don't know what's going on with these songbirds here. Can't point my tongue down at it. Although it's kind of interesting that Yoshi's tongue can stretch in so many directions in this game. So yeah, I just could not figure out how to rescue it because this is already the boundary of the level, and it's got to do something. It's got to do with rolling this somehow, but I would think so anyway. Maybe we just tap the bird with tons of notes. What does that even do? That does absolutely nothing. Out of way probably does nothing either, given that there's nothing to aim towards. Okay, so we need to figure this bit out. Maybe we need something to lower the water level. That's always possible. I also never found an additional instrument other than these three. But clearly we need to rescue this one to do anything. Can't seem to break any of this. You know, you can actually have it play from the surface, maybe. As JoySixI, I have had the Toadette emote around for ages, since the beginning of this stream. I don't know if things got recategorized on Twitch or something such that it became available. It was actually one of the first emotes that I ever put on the stream when I became affiliate, as a placeholder. It's actually the one carrying the power, right? I haven't updated my emotes in a long time, and I should actually get that going again. Because, what if I go down low? Will the notes actually travel? No, but maybe it has something to do with this bird. And Silent Chronographer, welcome. Let me give you a big shout out. It's been quite a while. Hope the maker levels were going well over there. And Degutra, welcome as well. With the creatively bankrupt raid. So the shells, as we know, will just skim on the water, so that's not going to be the answer here. So we need something else to break that, and how do we encourage it to come out? Maybe we get someone to play a serenade on top of the log independently. I'm not sure. Nope. Yeah. Maybe we need to get more than one. I feel like maybe we need more than one. Like, get the whole ensemble to come here and encourage this one to come out. How am I finding the game so far? It's very interesting. It's not a platforming difficulty game at all, at least not so far. There was in one of the late worlds, which we did ahead of this kind of middle game world here. This is World 3 right now, but I actually had seen some of World 5 and 6 already, and there is some stuff in there that requires you to play with a bit more finesse, but it's not really a game about platforming or damage as failure conditions. It's more about puzzle difficulty in some ways. Figuring out interactions that you need from clues. I bet there's some kind of achievement to light up all the birds, actually, now that I look at it. Hadn't even thought about this bird. So let's play some music notes at that bird once I find an instrument again. For one of these. But yeah, for a Yoshi game that's on the surface very relaxed, there's actually a ton of variety to the things that you can do in this game and the interactions that you can discover. A staggering amount, actually. We're spending about an hour per level, typically. Okay, so let's knock this one. And then let's play at the bird over here. Good, lit it up. I bet there are more birds to discover as well. Oh, I hadn't seen this egg before. This egg spot, rather. Or maybe I just ignored it previously. Oh, no, we had that before. Okay. It's not new. Okay, so... restore the Whistler to the spawn point. Was it this wave before? I don't think it was. Wonder what happened there. We must have interacted with something. Now, will we get a friend crown on this? No, it's just going to crown itself. So I'm missing some kind of interaction that will almost certainly involve the flowers. Let's see. Music caused the plant to grow. Probably something to do all of those completely too. So yeah, I'm missing some critical interaction in this stage that I have not been able to find. And I wonder... so it looks like there's a little ledge here that I should jump towards, actually. I hadn't seen that previously. No, we have been here. This is where you get up to the multi-shelled one. Yeah, it looks interesting, but you don't have a Switch 2, and you're saying you can't justify a $600 Yoshi machine. I mean, there's a lot more than that going on in the Switch 2. I've had mine since launch. I've felt like I've gotten substantial value off the upgrade, but then that's just a function of what I prioritize playing. Last year, this was very much a Donkey Kong Bonanza and Silk Song machine for me, although Silk Song, of course, is available on Switch 1 as well, so it's not strictly necessary. So, what if I let them play together? Will they get this one to come out? Not yet. So yeah, I'm trying to get this one in the middle here to come out. There actually is a bit of a displacement effect that you can get off the waves, I think. Maybe you just need to lower the water enough somehow. I'm able to bop it. I don't know why. Like maybe if I'm able to deliver an instrument to it or something. It doesn't make sense that putting more of them here would lower the water level though, but then what's creating the wave pattern? Let me take a look here. If I take them out for a moment. And of course we can grab that third one that we found as well. Maybe rolling this is what gets the waves rolling. Let me see. I really haven't figured out this interaction yet, so we can roll it. Doesn't really help me reach though. How do I get this out? Slam it on this side. We need to break all this, but it's completely unclear to me how to do it. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I figured too that with the hardware pricing in the entire video game sector kind of going up across the board. I mean, there's already a price hike that we know is coming for the Switch 2 in September, I think. That you can kind of see why a lot of people would jump into adopting it early. But yeah, I've gotten substantial mileage out of the system so far. But of course, it depends for any given person, just whether there are the exclusives that they intend to play. Yeah, this is an absolutely massive game, though, relative to other Yoshi games, I would say, just in terms of sheer quantity of content. There's absolutely no concern about that. I absolutely did not expect that I would need to budget as much time as I will have to get through this game. What if we take some of these with us? There's got to be something that we can do with the water level, I think. There's so many water level interactions that happen. You see, now we've got so many waves here. There had to be something that I can interact with the music notes that I just haven't thought about yet. We were stuck on this for so long yesterday, and I still have not figured it out. Let's see. So we've been up this area before. I've not really checked the top right to see if there's anything additional that we should be aware of. I don't think there was. Oh, here's something. Oh, there is something here. No, this is just dropping on top of the duo with the flute earlier. That's not it. And then this is already ended with a shipwreck. Okay, I'm absolutely missing something big then. So how do I lure this one out? We've tried music. Maybe we need more music. The bird song is kind of absorbing a lot of that almost. And yeah, Silent Chronographer, you might be playing this on a friend's Switch soon and you want to go and fresh for puzzles? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I do recommend it. And thank you for dropping by with the raid anyway. Be sure if you're borrowing a friend's system for this game that you borrow it for plenty of time, because like I said, it is a much bigger game than I would have expected given Yoshi games in the past. So we were able to get all these notes to go up to the bird, but then what else could you do? Maybe we just get one of the whistle. Let me... Oh. So none of the notes are reaching here. None of the splashing is doing anything either. I'm bopping it, but that doesn't do anything. So how do we get it to come out? Maybe we need to get the third musician here. Get all three to recruit their companion. Does that even make sense? Well, we better find out. So we got the butterflies. We can raise this. We can. And yeah, it seems clear to me that at some point we need to wake up this one, but we need a sufficient number of musicians to do it. Perhaps. Maybe we load them all together. Oh, I don't want to load it up here now because we'll not be able to reach it afterwards. Yeah, we absolutely have to wake it up all the way. That's got to be it. That may even be the final objective, not the concert hall one. But... oh, no, you can't actually interact with this background here, but you can get these instruments to play. Maybe there's some kind of completion objective that does require you to toot every horn, and that would at least explain that bit. Oh, you know what? You can actually play for the fish. That's important. Maybe you play for the fish, then they help you on the other side. All the way across this stage. Do we activate the last one here? And then do they follow you? Yes, they do. Maybe. Maybe you can lead them? I'm trying to see if I've actually hit every single one here yet. Because if I haven't, then we need to make sure we do. Look at that. Caught a beautiful fish. Okay, so we managed to figure that out. Let's catch all the fish. Nope, nothing for that. Well, that's new anyway. New and probably important, but not really interactive with anything else that we've seen. Discovering all these interactions with music that isn't doing much for me. What if we planted one of the flowers? No, that might not be right. Well, let's see. Like, these are here for a reason, this one and the other one. So how do we recruit this one? I think we got a few band members over here now. Maybe we just need a few of them, as I was thinking earlier. Whoop. Put them all together. Whoop. Well, they're playing together, but their friend doesn't seem interested. Hang on. It's a little too crowded here, actually. I mean, I guess if you get 3 of them... We haven't tried 3 of them on the top section yet. Because, again, we just need to find what the 3-star objective is, which I actually now think is the top stock, it's not the concert hall. And if 3 of them are enough to activate that, we would be able to find the hint for the final one here. That's a big if. But I think we have to try it. Because we haven't actually taken all 3 there. Just yet. And that's the only thing I can think of to even attempt here. Whoops. I'll just stop bouncing them prematurely. Oh, come on. Zero 06, this is a close second to the Cogwork Core map location in terms of how obvious it would be if you already knew it as a viewer. What was this Cogwork Core map location actually, now that I think about my run through Silksong? Because I'm trying to remember... Yeah, because we did the whole climb up the Cogwork Core without ever locating the map for it, right? Like, I did everything up to the Architect song and basically unveiled it as it went. I don't remember where the map was, actually. Because I know I was without it for some time. The wall jump by the first match. Oh, yes, that's right, that's right. Again, you kind of have to know it first. I've had worse incidents, I'm sure, but... Oh yeah, well, no, we need to jump on top of another one. I think we definitely need a dock hall 4, though, to wake this one up. But we'll try it with 3 to see what happens. As we discovered very recently, many times over in Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, you see, logic puzzles I can do. Mixing and matching and experimenting I can do. But locating the thing that I'm supposed to interact with, I have tons of trouble with in any game, really. I have tons of trouble with that just even on an everyday basis, like looking for something in the refrigerator and being able to spot something in a busy visual field. So I don't know if this is a logical problem or a spot the object problem, but I would not be surprised if it's just a spot the object problem. Because I spent, what, 2 hours on this level yesterday. I mean, mind you, I was practically asleep through it, but I was in no position to play well. And there are a bunch of things that are obvious to me now that were maybe not as obvious before because I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, there are 4 platforms here. You clearly need all 4. But yeah, eggs skim the surface, so it's not going to be an egg. Music notes don't seem to work. The log doesn't seem to work. Something tells me this is not going to work either. That we're going to be missing something significant. That's right. I also didn't have the Abyss map for the longest time. That is true. I don't think I knew there was an Abyss map for the longest time. You know, we've been underusing the... Well, I was about to say double jump, but really the triple jump. It does this little twirl. It doesn't really accomplish anything, but... Yeah, clearly not enough. I mean, usually you would need the music notes to actually make impact, though, with... Like, you would actually need to bump into this guy. He's clearly still very sleepy. Twirl all the flowers, perhaps. Well, it's not this. It's going to be that eventually, but it's not this right now. Anyway, I want to have at least one musician available while we try to figure out the last one, so let's go back. So I'm blind to something very obvious, which I suspected. I mean, this log being able to rotate seems important. This bird seems important, although we haven't actually had anything come up pertaining to this bird yet. We just continue at full blast, or I don't know. Maybe we have to try different instruments. I mean, the flute that you get here would obviously match a bird whistling, right? So why don't we try it with a flute? Maybe the instrument actually does matter because you need to call the bird or something. That wasn't the case with the other bird, though. The other bird just reacted to any instrument. Or so it seemed. Or I just wasn't paying attention to which instrument we were using. I'm still missing one flower here, too. One smiley flower. Yeah, because maybe the bird responds to flute, since the flute is given to you in that exact location. Seems sensible for that to be the case. Like if you play this for the bird and play it repeatedly. That does nothing. The fact that you can do this, though, and that we haven't logged any interaction for it yet, tells me that this might be part of something that actually becomes an interaction, but I'm gonna think about this. Maybe you need to get underneath here. No, you can't really. I was thinking and have something push this out. It's not the fish that we interacted with earlier either. It's nothing to do with the shells. Why even have this log segment in the middle, actually? I guess it's automatically going to match the cans or something. Yeah, this is becoming one of the more difficult things I've done this year. It's judging just by time, but you see, we can just barely reach, right? That's the thing that is so... Maybe we need to... No, hang on. You can't... Oh, this is interesting, by the way. If you... What button was I pressing? Can't ground pound if you're throwing. I mean, egg is going to skim. Oh, it does reach. That doesn't do it. It actually does reach. That's the first time we've actually fired an egg underwater without it skimming, and it didn't work. Oh, egg, please. Nope. Well, unfortunately, I don't know this as a viewer. I mean, the position of the waves doesn't seem to matter. The bird doesn't seem to matter at all. Does Yoshi need to play an instrument directly? That's maybe one thing I'm considering here. Oops. Offer the instrument? I don't know. Naturally, all the instruments float so you can actually recover them. Yeah, I truly can't see this one. Let me think. What have we not tried? Have I tried... Well, why would you want to pick up the bird? I don't think I could anyway. I'm thinking, you know, it could be something with lowering the water level. We don't have the tools to do that in this stage, though. Here's a thought. We're not getting to know this creature much better at all. Let's see if there are additional hints for the flower for interacting. There are not. Let's see if there are additional hints for the cloud for interactions that we don't have yet. I think we'd already completed this one, actually, so no, never mind. Yeah, we got a snap for this one already, so that's not it. Plays music and rhythm with it bouncing upon Yoshi's back. Maybe the bird is giving me some kind of rhythm clue. No, that can't be right. We got the fish. So yeah, no, make a giant dancing flower bloom is this objective here. And I think we do have to have the full band for it, and that is the only thing that makes sense. Although, maybe that's not the case. Maybe we tapped a hint for that when we discovered something else entirely, and that this is the 3-star, and... Why would we be given this hint already? I hadn't seen this before, that we would just be given the hints without having had to lock it. I guess maybe this is the 3-star. But you would need a lot of music coming in for that. I think out of desperation, we actually need to see the hint for this. Because if this gets me the 3-star objective, and if it's something that we are able to do now without recruiting the 4th creature, then we would be able to get hints for all the rest. But right now, I'm not assuming that's the case. I'm assuming that you would actually have to get enough music going on around it to wake it up. Let's consider that idea. That's maybe the next recourse, is that we'll try to get the hint on that and see if it's useful. Most of the 100 coin hints have not been useful. You know what? Why don't we match the instruments to the shape of the musician playing it? Maybe. No, we've already done that, though. We've already done a bit of mix and match. Doesn't seem to make any difference. I'm trying to listen carefully to the bird's response to see if it tells me anything. This is... How many snails do I have access to? 3. And I've found 2 places where it looks like I need all 4 of them, which is the concert hall down below and the giant flower up top. I just cannot figure out how to get this one out. We've played for it. We've tried to get others to play for it. I don't know what this bird does yet as well. We haven't seen it register as any kind of interaction. Yeah, this guy underwater. That's where we got stuck last time too, because I played this level for way too long yesterday and couldn't figure it out. We tried stomping, we tried mixing and matching other creatures, we tried playing music for it, we tried hitting this with notes. I can actually just barely reach it. Just barely when we ground pound. And I can reach it with a tongue, I can reach it with an egg. None of those have done anything. It is apparently something obvious. And no, we can't fish it out, actually, because we don't have access to every creature in this level. We just have access to the flowers and the clouds. And the thing about the crazy daisies, or as we call them, just the nectar, because I used to think that we just name everything for food at the beginning of the game. I actually don't know what they're used for in this level yet. They are a bit of an unknown to me, and maybe that's what we're missing, because there's this one, there's also a white colored one. And they can usually make flowers bloom. It occurs to me that there is one location where that might be useful, which is... over here. Or the flowers in the middle. Can we make these bloom? No, we can't. But I actually don't know what they're used for in this level. I may have inadvertently eliminated the other one. They can pick up the flower crowns. I don't know what else they can do here for me. Because that could be what we're missing. Something to do with these guys. Oh, whoops. I killed it. Whoops. Okay. So much for that. So I can't fish it out. Oh, but this comes back. The fact that we knocked it out and it comes back tells me there might be something significant with it. Let's try to give this one an instrument, actually. Can you play instruments? Well, let's bop this first and we'll... Can they? Doesn't look like it. Does falling from great height make you dive deeper into water? Let me try it. I don't want to say definitively until I've rechecked it, actually. Because if you're by the bird, you can in fact set that up. No, it doesn't. We've been able to reach this depth and just barely tap it every time. Oh, wait. I was tapping it all this time. I was hitting it with the egg, and I never thought to just get next to it and pick it up. Okay, that's the interaction. You just get next to it and pick it up. We spent hours on this. Yeah, no, I didn't use the tailspin to pick it up. We were whacking this thing too, right? Like we were doing it from this height perfectly well. Okay, so we got a big one now. However, we only have 3 instruments, but we do know that some of them can whistle. So the issue now is that we only have 3 instruments. But I wonder if that's necessary. Because if you get all 4 of them to play music, what you need to do is you need 3 of them to have instruments and 1 of them on Yoshi's back. And we know how to do that to get to the big flower, so we'll probably do that and check the concert location as well. Okay, let's escort everybody back over. I cannot believe how long that took. I feel like I've been saying that a lot recently, actually, with both this game and with Indiana Jones. Serves me right for playing this game so much while half asleep. But anyway, let's dock 1 of them. So yeah, basically 1 of them whistles on Yoshi's back, the other 3 play instruments. That accounts for it. And we'll do it up at the flower as well. You know what's really nice about this game? That makes the whole thing work, and which is just an absolute luxury when it comes to side-scroller games of any sort, is that there is no despawning. Everything stays exactly where you left it. This is just kind of the secret sauce of this game, is that everything stays loaded in memory. across the entire level. And everything you do is preserved. And I think people who don't play enough platformer games to realize just how rare that is, because, you know, so often we just have this assumption in the back of my mind, okay, you know, walk out, come back in, we respawn everything in place. The one thing, though, is that if you have any critical elements in this stage that get turned into eggs, they do come back. So each of the musicians here, if you gobble them up and shell them, they do reappear. But the thing is, essentially the state in this entire level is persistent. Now, the other one we need to pluck back up off the tree. We'll do that. Yeah, and then we'll take them all to the top of the tree afterwards. The fact that the top of the tree was the one with the hint tells me that... Well, we're going to do them both anyway, so... But yeah, basically Yoshi needs to actively play one of the instruments, or by proxy, by making them whistle. That's got to be it. Which also tells me that for this area, when we eventually load everybody up here, there's actually an issue that I see with this already, which is that if you have all four here, Yoshi needs to jump on one to reach the top level. The problem with that is that if Yoshi's carrying one for whistling, then... Ah! I get it. I get it. That solves it. You don't want to jump on one of these because it drops its instrument. You know what? That's what Crazy Daisy is for. That's exactly what Crazy Daisy is for. And that's why it reloads, because you actually need one of these for the solution. It's a vital piece. Because you have to jump on top of it at the end in order to have everybody playing together. Now, we'll load this first. We'll come back to do that, but essentially it has to be here. Okay. Yeah, because then eventually you have to go up here with one, like this. Okay, I'm glad that we managed to do this without guidance, because... Okay, so one of these needs to play... I don't think they necessarily need to stand on these platforms, but we'll need everybody playing together in some form. Let's try to make it to the end of this piece they're playing, perhaps, to see if we have to acknowledge in some way. Maybe we do need a fourth instrument here for them to play independently on each platform. But maybe we can figure out a clue for that once we bloom the top flower. So let's take them there first. Or we can listen to the whole piece, because it's clearly still going. There's the minor variant in this strain, for instance. It's very mock baroque. But then it repeats. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, maybe finding the hidden concert hall is already enough happening there. So let's load them all in the top then. And yeah, we have to go the long way. Well, it just goes to show you that I'm still not used to thinking of the A button for the tail whip or grab or pick up as an additional interaction, that it's clearly a blind spot. That I would think of everything else first. Okay. We'll take each of these here, and we'll take one on top with the whistle. Now, there is a possibility that we still need a fourth instrument to make this work. And keep in mind, too, that I haven't found one of the... one of the flowers. This one here. Which tells me there might be one location that we haven't checked yet. One entire location that may have something like an additional instrument for me. So we actually have not completely explored this level, despite how much time I spent on it. Alright, let's load them all though. Takes a while to get there, but... This is certainly one of the most striking examples so far of a level where we do need to think about the entire play space. There have been a few like that, hence the necessity of things not despawning and moving. Which is so central to this game, but you can absolutely see this stage is one of the examples of where that's very high impact, I guess. Okay, let's load this one here. Yeah, because if they've played a full piece as a quartet, it's going to be the same piece. Then... Whoa. Okay. I have a name picked out for these, now that I think about it. I just came up with it, and we'll have to get to the end of the level to earn it, but... The fact that they play as a Baroque quartet just made something click for me, and... I think we'll... hopefully earn the right to apply that moniker. You thought of more really bad names that you won't even bother typing. Oh, you're welcome to share them, because I've got an idea at this point, so... I certainly don't mind reading all the supposedly bad ideas for posterity. Well, most of them anyway, I guess. Are the differences between the nails purely cosmetic? As far as I can tell, yes. I've tried assigning them different instruments, and it doesn't seem to make any difference. Because otherwise you'd want a big guy to play bass, right? Or the bassiest instrument. Oh, you were thinking of things like snailicorn and molluscorn? Kind of like if they merged with a unicorn. Okay, anyway, we're going to get this one to whistle. That should give you all the music you need as a full ensemble. The first thing you discover about them is that they can whistle even without the instrument, and so I think this is going to be a critical piece of information here. This is not working. Maybe you need to load them all here. I bet you need to load them all here. Hang on. It's gonna get a little crowded though. I mean, I hope it's not that I'm just missing an instrument, because I could very well be. Unless one of them is supposed to be a whistler permanently. Hang on. Yeah, that's the thing. It gets too crowded there, so maybe it doesn't work this way. Yeah, too crowded. But maybe we get the other one to jump. I mean, you kind of need the music notes to make direct contact. That's the issue with it. In order to wake this up. So maybe the facing direction actually matters. I'm not sure. Well, this isn't working. Yoshi's teetering off the edge here too. Maybe you do need to turn him around. Let me see if I can do that. So far, every interaction that we've seen with the music notes has indicated that it is important for the notes to actually make contact. Whoop. No, hang on. I mean, you can't really match the instrument shapes to the shells because it's not a match. But okay, so we're still not out of the woods here yet. We have to figure this out. Have any of the other things in this game been super finicky like this? Well, I don't know if it is finicky. That's the thing. Because it may be that I'm missing the actual solution. I kind of thought that you just needed the whole ensemble to play, but... yeah, with everything else, you need the music notes to make contact, and they kind of home in on certain locations. It might feel finicky simply because I'm doing the wrong thing. That's the thing about this level. But it is conspicuous that, you know, sometimes you... oh, you know what? We haven't made this one fully bloomed yet. I think we can actually get another level out of it. It's not fully bloomed yet. I bet that's actually where the last smiley flower is coming from. I only just realized that it hadn't really come out to full flower. Because it's supposed to look like this. You're supposed to grow an additional tier out of it. And all this time I had not been paying attention to that. Yeah, that flower I was just at, you're saying the lower one to the left? Those platforms are surely meant to be naturally connect. Not necessarily. Like, you can see how with this one here, for instance, you do in fact have to jump off something to reach that height. Now, it is true that for the other one, we do need to grow an additional tier. Or just jump down this way. And do nothing, because that actually is not sufficient. Okay. Maybe it is fully awake then, huh? I thought it was supposed to bloom like the other ones. Let me take a look here. Yeah, because they're supposed to look like this, right? So... maybe the instrument does matter. Anyway, so yeah, you don't need to jump off of these then, because you can drop on top. Yeah, because you're saying that I can ground pound them because they look like a coiled up, right? You're saying they're conspicuously connected spring platform things? That had never occurred to me. And we actually have chimes here. Now we need someone to carry water over to this location. I had not at all considered that you would just spring off of them. Given the way they're coiled up. Yeah, I guess visually it is obvious. But... Now, it's not GG yet, given that we still have to water this and ring the chimes. I guess maybe... Let's bring an instrument here and see what happens. Wait, and you can raise this further. How was I supposed to know that? Let's, okay. When you ground pound with an instrument... That might actually be the answer to the other one, too, then. No, we need to water this, or, well, just wake it up that way, I guess. The music made it well again, but do the chimes do anything? Guess not. Okay. Well, let's try something here. Yeah, because I had a snail with me, then they make music when they bounce on Yoshi's back, right? So, for example, when you walk, they're bouncing according to your walking rhythm, and they play notes. When you jump, they bounce, and they play more notes. So it makes sense that if you're ground pounding, then they have a big bounce up, and then accordingly they play. It does say very literally in the book that they play when they bounce. It says somewhere here. It makes music when carried. It said somewhere here. It plays music in rhythm with its bouncing upon Yoshi's back. Yeah. Wait, except this is not a ground pound location. Oh, the top is. The top is. So we can do it. And in fact, you're supposed to spring off of this stuff. And then now that grows. What do you need the full band for then? Oh, probably to load some up here. Oh, no, there's a little cutscene. Okay. Made a giant dancing flower boot. So, yeah, it's obvious to me why I missed a spring interaction, because I found a way to shortcut it, and it never occurred to me to try it the supposedly easier way. So, yeah, what caused it to grow that time was that when you bounce on top like this, then you've got tons of music notes that kind of home in an upward direction like that. Because basically we needed lots of music to make contact that way. Alright. Hopefully that's not picking up on mic too much. There's a big siren going on outside where I am right now, and it's kind of sweltering here, so I have windows open. But yeah, hopefully there's not too much noise in the recording. My mic is pretty good about that stuff, but we just had this massive ambulance siren right outside. Okay. Let's take a look here. Also, can I collect that leaf? I did see that leaf. And we should try to put it on someone as a hat. Because that's what you do with leaves in this game. We will first of all try... Let me see, who could possibly want to wear this? The flowers wear crowns. Maybe... Yeah, we can crown something with this, I bet. And yeah, you're saying the audio sounds great. Thank you, Clear-Minded, and welcome back, incidentally. Yeah, my mic setup tends to be pretty good about not being too noisy, but we do want to check sometimes. It's not going to go on this, but usually there might be something like a creature that will take it. But who else even is in this level? I mean, I guess you could try to... Oh, look at that. That's an instrument, actually. The leaf whistle. That brings back some memories. Okay, we know what to do. We're taking him to the concert hall. That's our fourth instrument. And we're going to bring them all here. Kind of suspected it would be a fourth instrument, we just didn't know what to look out for. And this gives us a little shortcut this way that we now know about. And yeah, like you were saying, gives a new meaning to a reed instrument. You're asking, did a leaf only show up when I grew a flower, or was it just floating around the whole time? I didn't notice it until now. It seemed to float from a very high position, so I wouldn't be surprised if it only appeared now. Oh, no, that's not a musician. Hang on, let's get up here and recruit the rest. Where was the other one? We have two here. Where'd my other one go? We're down by a shell. So yeah, we'll have them play their little concerto over here. Oops. I'm so glad we're finally progressing on this. It only took me about 8,500 steps, according to the pedometer. Which I think we'll leave on. That's actually fun information to have. It doesn't take up too much space. Okay, let's get up here to see if I left someone behind. Had I? So where did I drop my remaining one? It must have fallen down somewhere. That's okay, let's grab this one first. Okay, and let me look around to see if my last one is anywhere nearby. I actually don't remember. That's one of the problems with them not despawning, actually, I guess, is that if I misplaced one, then I don't know where it is. But if they got taken out outright, like for example, you swallow one of them, make it an egg, you can go back to the spawn position. So we can check the spawn position for the one I'm missing. Was it this one? No. So I dropped one of the musicians somewhere, and I do not know where. Oh, no, it was at the top position with the wilted flower, right? No. No, not here. Okay, so I guess we'll have to come through the level to see where I dropped that one last musician that we're missing. Oh yeah, no, I already threw one down below to the water. Let's go. Okay. Where did he go? I have no idea where I dropped him. We'll just have to run through the level. And see if maybe there was a respawn in a different position, or where did it go? Oh, here it is. Pointy-shelled one. Yeah, so I lost the pointy-shelled one somehow when I came back. Where did Esker go exactly? Your skills of figuring out what the hell does the level designer even intend here was finally honed by 4 years of testing blind Kaizo races. Yeah, that would do it. There we go. See the quartet live in concert. Did we witness the birth of the world-famous Creature Quartet? Yes, we did. Now, we don't need very many hints, it seems, for whatever's left, so I guess we'll take a look at the pages. When near its own kind, it surrenders itself to the groove and begins to jam. That's what humans do too, actually. Glides through notes as it falls with force. So I guess we just ground pound with one of them. I don't know if that's instrument dependent, but we'll find out soon enough. You're saying the music levels really take the longest? Yep, they have so far. Played a smooth tune on the grass. I tried that already with the slide, actually, but we just got the descending scale, so maybe we need to revisit that. With a different patch of grass. Played music while hopping between logs. So yeah, they have a lot of environment-specific tunes that they can play, I guess. Can even play music underwater. Now, I'm looking at the silhouettes here, trying to see if anything is instrument-dependent. Might not be. It looks like it's all with... Oh, led some butterflies to a flower. Okay, we can probably do that. Let's, take anyone. Come with me. Oh. I played music hopping between logs a million times. Yeah, maybe I just needed to keep hopping until it registers. So I've done the grass interaction with the slide before. Maybe I just didn't go for long enough. No. But what if we run the other way? Okay, you just needed to make the jump to make it a continuous piece. Played a smooth tune on the grass, one smooth tune. Yeah, you just need to jump from point to point, that's all it is. Yeah, there's usually some little thing like that, I guess, that... Let's do single hops. Yeah, because I think every time I'm here I do a flutter jump or something, and so... It was very rare that we bothered to play with single hops. Now there was the butterflies to the flower, and there was also the ground pound. So let's get up to a high position and fall. I'm an inveterate flutterer, actually. Well, Yoshi is, I guess, because these creatures riding on Yoshi's back would be more like invertebrate flutterers. The Yoshi games have embraced the infinite airtime. Yeah, very much so. I mean, there was that one stage in Woolly World, I remember that, one of the special stages that was heavily dependent on that. Where you actually had to flutter through the entire stage while doing throws the whole time. So, anyway, we'll do a ground pound from a high position as possible. Oh, that's actually enough, even though we didn't go that far. Glissando going down. Okay, now lead the butterflies. We know where the butterflies are, we just need to bring them over. I think we turned them golden quite some time ago. We just need them to be within range. If I can find them. What even was that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, butterflies. We just need to keep playing at them, I think. Do we? Or do I need something else? Let's... They don't seem to be following. It may be that we need a flower because butterflies like flowers, no? Maybe we need a flower with a flower crown. That wouldn't be an entry about this creature, though. That would be an entry about this stage. Oh, whoops. Accidentally bopped it. Let's have it pick some more flowers. Oh, I'll get one. And will the butterflies follow yet? No, let's also just... Oh, have it pick another one. Well, they don't seem to be coming along. I wonder if there was another set. Clear-minded, you've been saying you've been trying your damnedest to get your hands on Woolly World. Yeah, well worth it. It's very much in need of a port to modern platforms, and I think for the longest time the assumption was that Woolly World had not gotten a port because it had already received its expanded port on 3DS, but the thing is that also happened with Donkey Kong Country Returns, which did finally receive its Switch port last year. And in terms of the Wii U library, and in terms of games that were just easy to port to begin with, Woolly World has been kind of conspicuously missing. But it wouldn't surprise me if they were giving it some sufficient distance from other new Yoshi releases like this one as well. Woolly World is a terrific game. I am very fond of it. And it is very much a Yoshi's Island style platformer. It's by far the closest that any modern or recent Yoshi has come to Yoshi's Island in terms of what it does and how it does it. And it's just really exemplary platformer from the era that I think very often gets overlooked simply because it was a late Wii U release. Also has one of the best implementations of Amiibo in any Nintendo game. Back when it came out, of course, it was very soon after Smash for Wii U and 3DS introduced the Amiibo lines to begin with, and back then they had fun just having all kinds of mixing and matching of character costumes from different IPs. Between that and Mario Maker, you kind of see that Amiibo used to have a much wider vision than just only using the figures from the same series or franchise the way that they typically work now. You know, you really could have cosmetic crossovers between everything. Okay, so we're trying to find out how to lead the butterflies. There are butterflies here, though, so why can't we lead that one to the flower? So maybe we need to... Yeah, we gather a bunch of butterflies. So these ones we can gather, not the golden ones, and then we lead them up to the flower this way. But you would need to continue maintaining their position, right? And then this is... What? Alright, let's take it up this way. This way. We just need to make sure we keep playing at them so they join us. Make sure we keep tagging them. again. Is this enough? It is. 96%. Oh, underwater. Forgot about that. That must be from the log, actually. Unless... Well, it looks like it's a hop between logs. Let's figure this out. But yeah, Woolly World is something that could easily just be ported to Switch 1 with no problems whatsoever. Ever since the Donkey Kong Country Returns port came, I feel like it's been essentially one of the remaining holdouts. Interestingly enough, I think Epic Yarn was kind of in a similar situation where it had a Wii release and a 3DS release, very late and obscure 3DS release that I think a lot of people forgot existed. So how do we bounce around underwater? Maybe we need to get under the log and then... and then try to jump. Can you even play music underwater? Well, it wouldn't be from this instrument, probably. Maybe it would be with a can or something. Oh. And Yentaculum, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, welcome. And it's going all right. Let's see if we can do this. And yes, some of the Woolly World levels are absolutely fantastic. And there is a very consistent part of quality throughout. But the collectibles design in it is excellent as well. You can kind of see how some things didn't work as well in Crafted World, in fact. That when I was playing Crafted World the first time, it was full of stuff that just made me think, okay, I don't know why they dialed this back from Woolly World, because Woolly World completely understood how to balance this. Lots of little things, from the health system to the collectibles, like which things you have to collide into, which things you throw eggs at. Everything was just incredibly thoughtful in Woolly World. I think we may need to actually tag the 100 clue for the underwater one, because I am not seeing where to set it up, although it looks like it's in the between logs section, so maybe we just go back to the between logs section and hop. Yeah, that's funny, because with Crafted World, right, I mean, that's not a game you want to do 100%. You want to see 100% of the stages, but that's one of those games where if you want to fully complete everything in it, that's only if you're extremely bored and you have nothing else to do, because with Crafted World, right, the stages are replayable to, you know, you can go back through them many times to basically do a little scavenger hunt for the background art with every iteration. And that's not interesting, because it's literally just a picture scavenger hunt, right? Like, it's interesting if maybe you're playing with children who are backseating or something and they can point out the pictures for you. And maybe that's fun for somebody. But the funny thing about this game is that if you look at all the objectives that are available for it. Oh, hang on. That is kind of like they have the volume of content in this game that Crafted World did with having interactions instead of scavenger hunts. But the thing is, it's much more interesting here because you're doing something different for every single collectible. You're not just poking pictures in the background, right? You're actually doing a different task for every single thing. And so you have that quantity of content, but then it's actually not redundant and much more interesting. And so, I mean, there is some stuff that's really neat in Crafted World. It's one game that I've come to appreciate more with time, having accepted what its limitations are, I guess. But okay, This location isn't quite working out for me here in terms of underwater. Maybe it's only with some instruments and not others. But let's take a look here at the page. I mean, it looks like from a silhouette you can do it with any instrument, though. Because the silhouette just has the default set for everything. And it looks like you're kind of splashing in the water, not going underwater. So I wonder what that's all about. Like I'm trying to spam to jump underwater here, like that. Even play it underwater. Maybe we just dump it underwater and then nudge it. No, that's on Yoshi's back in the picture. I think we need to tag the hit for this. Because I'm not quite sure how to set it up. I did try the bigger log. I tried to tuck myself under it. Play music while hopping into water between 4 logs back and forth in order. I guess that's what the picture says. It was not something I conceptually connected to playing music underwater, though. So it's literally just hop between a log. Water jump still counts, I think. Here we go, yeah. Okay, 100%. Finally. Which means we don't need to come back for this one. Okay, we're finally going to name this thing. And I did say I have a name in mind, so.
Yoshi.
At long last. After probably combined 3 hours of play on this stage. Will the snails only play songs on your back? No, as you saw in the concert hall when they were playing their Baroque concerto, they do play independently if they are holding their instruments. But if they're not holding an instrument, they only whistle when they're on your back. Okay. And we'll hear the suggestion first, but we'll go with something else. A tiny talented performer that whistles through shells, so how about wee woo? No. Yentaculum, you think the name is Phil because it plays in a Philharmonic, perhaps? Okay, anyway, this is going to be Brachiopod. I guess technically they're gastropods, not brachiopods, but close enough to brachiopods that they can be a brachiopod. And I think the meaning is still clear, so. But yeah, you can definitely see how, with Zero 6 mentioning they had the same director and producers. I mean, Crafted World was going for a particular concept and audience, I guess, but you can see how some things there were a dry run for drastically expanded concepts in this game. Crafted World does one thing, though, that I find very unique and notable in platformers, which is that jumping up through semi-solids and being unable to come down through them makes complete physical sense in Yoshi's Crafted World, and it is extremely consistent about always having a visually sensible reason why that would be the case. I've never seen that done quite so thoroughly in any other side-scroller game. So you see things like cardboard flaps, for instance, where you jump up through a cardboard flap, but it closes under you so you can't drop through. And then whenever you can drop through a semi-solid, it's usually something like a semi-solid that's made of strings, for instance, so you can fit in between the gaps of the strings. And so that's maybe the one thing I'll remember most about Crafted World in terms of its contribution to the platformer genre. Let's keep going. At long last. This was the longest stage for me, I think. Oh, and we saw these guys in the stage as well. These were the ones that we chased away when they were guarding the flute. We might go back to do some of these as well because we have the additional objectives for these two that have shown up now. And of course, we really barely saw Moby Lick over here. We didn't really explore the stage very thoroughly. And partly because I was kind of a little bit tired through that stage and wasn't as thorough. But yeah, we played through that previous one just now completely. And thank goodness we did. So let's... Oh, actually, I haven't changed Yoshi colors today. We'll do that first and then we'll go to this one. We did see some of these on the same island, but we'll change colors first. Handle with care. Let's give another Yoshi a turn. Who have we not used yet? We've not used these three over here. We'll just go in order. Easier to remember. Let's go red today. What is that, a tumbleweed? I feel like it's more related to the urchin family, but it's hard to tell looking at its center, I suppose, but maybe so. Anyway, this one only has 3 smiley flowers to collect, so we'll see what happens with it. Yeah, like you were saying, basically Splatoon 3. Anyway, we're going to start right at the edge of the pages here, so presumably you get eggs off of these crates because you can't eat these very well without... Oh, look at Yoshi's expression when he tries that. Ugh. Not that tasty. However, yeah, we're doing this, of course, knowing that he's not going to like it because we need to see the interactions. So we'll try to pick up as well, even though he's not going to like that either. Got spines all over him. Anyway, we need eggs. So let's do that. And see what happens. Yeah, so it just floats down when... It sinks like a stone. For some reason I expected the creature to float. He's thinking of all the other urchins. Anyway, it does continue on the surface, kind of like the lava enemies in the Super Mario World. Oh, look at that. It just straight up kills it. Look at that. You couldn't save it. Well, at least we learned something about it. That's the important thing. Also, you can break all of this stuff, which tells me that we might eventually want to do that to manipulate something positional. Oh yeah, no, we have to save the flower because we have to make everything bloom. That will be on to the next run because it's not going to come back. However, this terrified one over here, maybe we can do something about it. Oh, that's okay. It's still alive. Looks like it needs water. So we will water it. We will go for the egg interaction here first, though. Whoop. Oh, no, it's just going to die. Yeah, so actually... So we have this objective up top. So, yeah, you're supposed to save 5 of them. And then we'll water them so they can make flowers bloom. So that will be an objective later on, is to rescue everything. Anyway, we can probably deflect this. Your eggs are tougher than any creature, yeah. Well, mostly. This we'll just need to break. What happens if it tries to gobble up an apple? We will feed this one an apple once... See... Oh, it's going to eat it. So... Oh, I won't get to it on time then. Becomes docile while eating. It likes apples. So we'll need to wake this up some other way. I was thinking water, but actually apples were what you were supposed to do, I'm pretty sure. Seawater, it won't revive them. Okay. They don't like to be that salty. Look at that. It's so happy. So yeah, there will be a Rescue 5 objective here where we attempt to rescue all of them and make everything bloom. Oh, here's one that can make something bloom. It's still colorful. Oops, no. Hang on. Oh, nope, couldn't reach it. Never mind. Didn't time that one well. I was trying to get the urchin to circle around a bit more first. Look at that, you can set things on fire. I bet you can set them on fire. We just need to find a way to drop them down below and... Ooh, look at that, melons. They won't eat the melons, it seems. Will they? No, too big. Can we cook it? No, it just burns. Okay. Now, this looks like this area here. Yeah, we can go through it for sure. Oh. Oh, are they going to get toasted? Not yet, they are. Yes, they are. Roasted to perfection. What an alluring aroma. Oh, look at that. You can cook them. Make a fire-roasted one. Oh, whoops. No, didn't want to eat that one. But no, I couldn't save it. Well, I mean, we were saving it for later, but now we had it. Savory and delicious. Okay, we got this one. Maybe we can still make things bloom. We saved one. Yeah, so urchin is actually etymologically related to hedgehog. That's interesting. Related to the hedgehog. Which I think might actually have to do with this word. Let me see if my word bot up and running. It is. Is this what I think it is? Oh no, it isn't. Okay. I was thinking, is an ericoid something that has to do with Ericius hedgehog? It is not. Now the thing about urchins though is that they are actually related to, well, distantly related to starfish, in that their internal structure does spread out in 5 directions. Like they've got a pentagonal symmetries in them. Pentagonal rotational symmetry. Which is not at all clear when you can just see their spines, right? Okay, let's do this. Eggs are not skimming on the surface, so... Oh, do we not do that? Okay, I guess not. That's an interesting problem then, because I just assumed that the egg would be able to reach. Let's see. Maybe if I'm carrying something like a watermelon, it can weigh me down. But we'll have to see about that once we make everything bloom. Oh, whoops. Let's not float those over. All of these marching around in a chain. Anything to grow over here? Nope. Anyway, this is the last of its kind. Let's see. Wonder if there's some interaction for roasting many of them. Oh, whoops. Sniped. That's unfortunate. Totally plucked that off my back, too. You know, we haven't really come up here yet to see if there's anything. Oh, there's a pepper. Okay, hang on. We might need to pop that with an egg. There we go. Let's feed them a pepper, actually. They'll eat apples. I wonder if they'll devour peppers. These are some of the more ravenous urchins we've seen. Look at that. But that didn't give me an interaction, though. Or rather, I didn't log that in the book. That's too bad. Is that my only pepper? I guess it's that. No, it regrows. Which means that it's probably critical for something. You know, we haven't fed them the watermelon yet. Although I want to see if it weighs me down first. What a location where we need... Oh, no. Hang on. Well, it'll eat it anyway. And it makes a boat. Gets cozy inside the watermelon. Very cozy. You know what? Can we get them to cannibalize themselves? We have to try it. We have to try it. Let's see if they will devour their own kind. This is moving too fast. I'm not approaching this one. I do want to see if they'll devour their own kind. They will not. I love the look of these ones with their eyeballs, though. Oh, totally failed to get the pepper. Come on. Just missing it. Oh, actually, yeah, no, it's just dislodging a lot of the peppers there on top of that bush, but I can't reach it. Yoshi should just be able to reach it with tongue, but I don't want to tongue it. Do I? I mean, I guess we can, but they do fall down, which is what we wanted. Let's see if we can cook the pepper. Nope. Well, maybe if we carry one of these with us, we can drop. This is in a bit of a weird position now, though, so let's get out of here. So, yeah, this still is not going to count, so let's... see, how would I even retrieve that? Very interesting question. I feel like weighing down with a watermelon probably was the idea. You know, if we had the weight plate, well, except watermelons might float, right? But we actually do have the scales on the UI that would allow me to see how heavy Yoshi's payload is, but doesn't appear to be what can go on here, so I actually do not know how to get that. Now here's the thing, if you don't rescue all 5, do you even have access to the ending objective? I don't think you do. But maybe you need to get it to kick that up or something. And one... Oh, I see. I see. If you drop the watermelon in this location, it floats up with the watermelon. Maybe if it floats up with the watermelon, it can take that with you. However, since we don't have that available, I'm going to try to feed it a pepper underwater and see if it is kind of automatically doused or anything like that. So we'll drop it down below. Oh, no, it floats. That doesn't work. Okay. That doesn't work at all. Watermelon probably doesn't work either then. Well, we will definitely need to restart this for the objective. But I'm definitely interested in seeing if we are required to restart it. Which, you know, I bet we can get up there. Because if I can get down here without getting toasted. Not really. Come on. It's not what I want, though. Also, we do know that Yoshi actually has a implicit HP pool, which we've never had any issue with, but there is an indicator for how many hearts he has, for some reason. So the thing is, must we restart for the objective? I think we must, but... I was trying to position the one that we captured over here so I could jump on top of it and reach this location. And possibly jump up beyond that to get to the top level, and... Oh, whoops. If we do that, we might even see if we can reach any further with the peppers up here. No, that does put out the spice. Maybe there's a way to drain the water level. Or maybe there's... well... I think we'll need to rescue everything first to see, but I'm... definitely curious about that. So yeah, we rescued Zero. Which means we'll restart, but I'm trying to see what else I'm able to do before we make that happen. I'm trying to think of whether there's a precedent for it having to restart, like being required to restart in order to hit the objective. Probably, but we'll have to try it. Okay. Oh, we have to rescue it. There we go. Now, let's find a safe place to put it before it gets sniped, because we know that it can get sniped off Yoshi's back at any point. Well, so much for that. It looks terrified, right? Look at that. It just gets munched. It's absolutely vicious. Not even the most vicious thing we've seen in this game, because that would, of course, be the Behedger. But pretty vicious that it just gets ripped up, and you can see its petals just spraying everywhere. Okay, that's a much saner way to do it. Seeks a snackable nectar. Oh yeah, we know that. We might have noticed. We might just have noticed that. We'll make as much bloom as we can. We better just smash this. Then some of it will get toasted. Oh, whoops. I just wanted to put this down. There we go. Okay, good. Roasted a bunch of them. That will maybe be important. Yeah, so we'll just try to rescue them. The thing about roasting them is that you can turn them into eggs as well afterwards. So, oh, popped it. Then let's see if we can get the other ones after that. So we said we'd try the watermelon interaction here. Maybe that will work if the watermelon sinks and then comes back up. I think that would be the most sensible thing to try. As long as we don't get too close to any of them here. Now, it's not sinking Yoshi, but will the watermelon sink if I let go? Or will it float like fruit tends to do? It floats. So I have no idea how to reach that. Let's get back out then. we need to get the apples as well. We haven't used the apples. And the thing about apples or peppers is that we can get our nectar to spread them. Now this one we need to pop with the egg. We learned that lesson last time. And we don't revive this one with seawater, but we can revive it with an apple or a pepper. Pepper will do it for sure. But let's get it to safety first. And yeah, we'll down over here, and then we go apples or peppers. I think we'll go apples, but let's maybe do this one by ground pound to save the egg for now. Did I? Oh, I killed it by mistake. Whoops. I was thinking it would just crack the box and we'd pick it up, but that was misaimed. Alright, that was a mistake. Let's... Let me just check the apple revival interaction, though, before we do anything. Yeah, and it is full of pepper after that. Revived with an apple. Because we had revived it with peppers before in another stage, I think. And so... Oh, and then it'll get munched anyway. So much for that apple. But if we get them to spread apples as much as possible and just grow them everywhere, then it will pacify a lot of the urchins that are just circling around. Okay, don't let him get sniped. And those ones will get roasted, which is just fine by me. We'll set them down over here. And we'll go for this one as well. Let's just not get sniped. Okay. Let's do this a sensible way this time. Take it by egg. Okay, we will up this first. Actually, let's just get rid of this one. Nope. Oh, that's too bad. I was hoping to revive two with apples. We can revive the other one with pepper, that's fine. And we can spread apples anyway. We can grow more apples at this point. Okay. Deflect. Now let's just be careful not to get sniped. That was very close. That was almost the exact same problem we ran into last time. Okay. And there'll be more to grow over here. That's fine. Actually, let's grow some apples there first. So we have a natural apple location. Here as well, in fact. Let's be careful. Now, I'm not getting any kind of indication for having made all flowers bloom. I wonder if you have to match all of them, make them all apples or all peppers or something. Regardless, we're going to rescue the remaining one. Okay, rescued all 5. Now we can feed them all to the urchins.
Yoshi.
Let's keep exploring. Okay, now we'll see about other objectives because we're only at 44% so far. That can we feed these? No. Now 44% is a little bit low in terms of when to start. Popping hints, but if we grab one of these through the fire, we'll try to go for the interaction that I specified earlier where we try to jump up to the treasure chest on the left side. Also, there are still these clouds to pop, which we'll do. Yeah, because I'm able to get up here at this point, which tells me that I can get up on top of the top level as well, potentially, except above my head. Here we go. Oh, just some hidden coins there. That works as well. I think we had popped all the clouds previously, but we'll do it again. Yes, there's the third flower as well that we need to deal with at some point. We'll stop this to drop a pepper. I think one of the flowers is going to pick that up, though. Possibly all of them. So, I wonder if actually you can take out every single one of these on the map and that would give you something. Or even pacify every single one of them. Since we can grow enough apples to do that, that tells me it might be possible to feed all of them and keep them all happy. Oh, not with a pepper though. It'll just make something really fast. What if we try to get the apple to calm it down now? So maybe we pacify or destroy all of them. I'm sure maybe those are two separate objectives, like destroy all or pacify all. Pacify all would be difficult just given how some of these really obstruct you. We'll try to destroy all of them, actually. Hunt them to extinction. Oh, not like that, we don't. I mean, you can do it partially just by breaking these and hopefully conserving eggs. Whoops. And the thing about roasting some of them is that that is a source of additional eggs for destructive purposes. Actually, we have as many eggs as we want over here, so we're not limited. Yeah, we're going to hunt down all of them. There's a problem with that, which is the one down here. I don't know how to deal with this one. Because eggs will not bounce far enough. Even here, where it looks like it'll make contact, it will not. However, what if you bounce them like this and deflect? That doesn't work. Bounce them on a wall and deflect. No. So apples don't do the trick there. There's something we'll have to understand about how to do this. Maybe we could do something to claim that watermelon boat. I did destroy it last time, but maybe there's a way to use it. Anyway, we'll take these ones off. But yeah, I can't destroy them all unless I've figured out how to take the bottom one, so that will really not work. There's something I ought to try. We rescued everyone already, so I can do this. Let's... Oops. Bait one of them. I'm not sure if this makes sense, given that you're supposed to preserve all your flowery friends, but... Can we bait it? No, because it floats. Well, it was an idea. That surface that's circling around there, that looks rather different from all the rest. In a way that maybe we can manipulate. I mean, this one might be tractable by a 100 coin hint, but I am trying to pop everything I can before hints, just to minimize the cost. Yeah, there's a lot that we haven't really completely interacted with yet. We only found the one thing to do with the watermelons, which is to use them as a boat. Whoop. Maybe there is going to be another interaction with it. I don't know. So Yoshi can actually just... Oh, maybe this weighs Yoshi down if you have the weight from the watermelons. It does not. He's still clearly floating. Stank like a stone. Maybe. Now, had I actually taken one of these here to prop them? I mean, they sink, right? Clearly that doesn't change when they're roasted. Oh. Unfortunately, that doesn't give me credit for throwing an object. And that got pushed. Can I roast the apples? Not exactly. But anyway, the fact that you can roast them and drop them in this location makes me think that might be a possibility, except I missed. And the problem is I can't grab the other one because the fire's in the way. Unless we can find a way to douse the fire. Whoop. No, I can't really even sneak around. And I can't destroy that lower one either if we are in this situation, so... Yeah, I feel like dropping the roasted one towards that location is probably the best idea, but again, I don't know if that is able to collect that even if we hit that center. Well, I don't know what else to try currently. I think we might just have to go through it again then. Oh, watermelon seeds. Right, because it's a Yoshi game, you spit watermelon seeds when you pick up watermelons. Okay, that explains this then. There we go. And you can even grow watermelons on the soil there. And then you can make this one float. And then snipe it this way. Is being bashful. It wasn't quite ready to leave the watermelon. So that's what happens when you break the watermelon without breaking it. That's what happens when you smash it with a seed. Took care of the creature that was in the water. Well, now it actually does become possible to eliminate everything. At least I thought I did. Maybe eliminating everything includes these ones. Now that gave me a bit of a cheer. I wonder if we did eliminate everyone. But it didn't tag that as an objective though, so... So yeah, I should have figured out, just from knowledge from other Yoshi games, that oh, hey, we haven't eaten this one. Okay. No, Yoshi just did a little dance because he's happy he ate that. Now we got everything. Not a single creature remains. We hunted them to extinction. Now we can name them in memory. Only 64% though, so... Still a lot that we almost certainly have to restart just to discover. So at this point we should actually tag the hints. I feel like it's quite possible that these creatures will have a lot of interactions that I need to collect in other stages though, since we have encountered them in other stages already. And they are kind of a natural adversary. Okay. Oh, no additional hints. So we are only at 64%, but everything in this stage in its current state has in fact been completed. Oh no, this is the flower though. That's not it. Okay, that's more like it. There's no way it's 64% with no hints. Come on. Let's not be silly. Wrong page. Popped a wing cloud with spines. Spines? How would we... Oh, if you get it to dock on the watermelon, you can carry it. That's what it is. So before we do anything else, before we pop any additional hints, let's try that out. Because that's likely to save us some coin from additional interactions as well, so... Yeah, it hadn't occurred to me that it makes it safe to pick them up if they are fed a watermelon. Okay, we don't need to be quite so methodical about rescuing flowers this time, but we'll come here anyway and go straight for, first of all, cooking them, and second, for the watermelon, which we'll use somewhere. So yeah, now I can dock them. Can I use them to poke each other? Not really. Nope, doesn't collide. But we can make it pop the clouds. I wonder what else you can do, because it looks like there's probably a whole category of interactions here that we haven't even considered. I mean, can we poke the flowers? Probably. Oh, they actually don't die to that. Which in some sense is alright. Now, if I'm in the water... Let's try to go underwater in this state to see, because we float with it, but... Let's swallow the other one. And I wonder now if we can do much. But then you can also snipe them. I just wanted to see if that would give me an interaction, but it does not. I wonder if you can put watermelon seeds in flower beds. No, you can't. And okay, so maybe we do need warheads then, because that's all we got. Tough to chew, tastes a little fishy. Perhaps if we tried to eat it while it's docked in a watermelon, that doesn't quite look like the shape for it though. The chew tastes a little fishy. Or maybe we soften it up in the water first. Protected the apples. That's what I tried to do. Oh, I guess we didn't do it successfully last time. Anyway, let's protect the apples then. Oh, come on. It dipped down that way. Okay, that's fine. We got it. I like them apples. Okay, now... So yeah, they dip into the water. And when they're in the water... Well, I mean, we still can't... Oh, I'm still in the watermelon state right now, so can't really do much here. So, it tastes a little fishy. Why would... Oh, it's in this state where it's sad. Okay, never mind that. And we have watermelon seeds again. So, what tastes a little fishy? I guess we'll... see, maybe... But it has to be something tough to chew. I think maybe we... Well, the fire roasted ones can't be it, because we, are able to dip them in water just fine. So what else was I able to send down here? Oh, the submerged one. Well, I mean, you have to hit it with a seed, though, so we can't interact with it this way. So it's the ones that are soaked, can you? I need something tough to chew. But a bit fishy. I mean, it has to be something in salt water. You would think. But something that Yoshi is actually allowed to grab, which is not the case with these ones in their usual form. What do we find some way to peel off the outside first? Because it seems like they could take multiple hits with watermelon seeds, right? We no longer have watermelon excess, but let's continue uncovering some hints in case we have more to do here. Can we grow lost spines? So yeah, that's the thing, is that we need to find a way to take off the spines. And so we try to eat one when its spines are off. That's the idea. But how do we get the spines off? Do we just walk into it? No. I mean, if you poke it many times, does it lose the spines gradually? No, not really. So we need to find a way to shave off the spines. And then an apple regrows it. Maybe it was with that first hit on the watermelon earlier. But for sure, you need to shave it off somehow. Values mealtime over bedtime. So if it's sleeping, then you wake it up, but then how you make it sleep? Was there one that was asleep? There's some way to put it to sleep. Maybe if it's cozy inside a watermelon and then you feed it an apple. Pacify it further. Evaded all of them and rescued the flowers. Okay. We can do that. Evaded them. Fed every single one. Okay. How do you feed the one that's at the bottom, though? That's actually a problem. I don't know how to feed the one that's located in the water. Except, no, we actually do. We can sprout watermelon seeds down there and it'll eat watermelon. We actually had already seen that, in fact. Now, in order to feed everyone, we need to grow enough apples to do it. It doesn't get naturally pacified. So by evading, does that mean that I can't kill them? Or does it just mean that Yoshi cannot get touched by mistake? Because... well, we'll have to try it. It's a pretty interesting, hard objective. But I still don't know how to take off the spines to begin with. I'll use mealtime over bedtime. So I can put it to sleep. I mean, these ones are just kind of stuck here and not moving. I wonder if we could just feed one of them. Are they sleeping? They don't look like they're sleeping. They don't have those bubbles that tell me they're snoring. They just look stuck. Let's feed them and see what happens. Because does it start rolling around? It does, but that doesn't count. Because it's not actually asleep. So... how would you make them sleep? I wonder if you fire roast them... well, I don't think you're reverting that. And yeah, popping it with the egg does nothing at that point. Whoops. I'm gonna try one thing. I'm gonna feed it. So feeding it does pacify them. Can regrow lost spines. How did that lose its spines? Oh yeah, no, because it lost its spines partially. So, oh, I see. Yes. So if it loses some of its spines, it can just lose some of its spines by poking Yoshi, I think, from what I understand. Because we did see part of it laid bare earlier. And it's partially laid bare. I wonder if you're actually able to swallow it by your tongue making contact. Yeah, because that second one is losing quite a few spines. So So yeah, it actually has lost it partially. You still can't eat it. You need to peel off all the spines, which tells me maybe we can whip it? No. Can't. I think maybe shaving it with watermelon seeds might be possible. At no point did we... Oh yeah, we must have tried ground pounding it. Also, we haven't tried splashing it with water just from the side splash. Yeah, and you're saying on whip it good. So it does grow back lost spines, but then how do we peel it off completely? It is possible to do it. Ah, this is the sleepy one. Okay, yeah. So that's the one that we need to toss some food. I mean, that's easy enough. Oh, whoops. Come on, there you go. You think it's a gobstopper? I have a name in mind for this one, but we'll, of course, be open to ideas as well. Let's see what we can do. Okay, so you need to feed every single one. Not going to happen this round. The trick to it, I think, is absolutely just going to be growing lots of apples, and that can be done. So the only thing I have to figure out at this point is how to strip one of them completely so we can actually eat it without Yoshi tying the spines. I think everything else I can do, even if it takes a little bit of practice to do it all perfectly. Yeah, because these we can definitely do. Without the chew taste a little fishy. We may want to pop the hint for this one. I don't know that it will give me any information. Watermelon seeds can help remove the protective spines. I said I would try that. Okay, so I guess I shouldn't have spent 100 coins on it. Because I did notice that they take multiple hits. But maybe you need to hit them in different locations to really peel them off properly. Now, in that case, we can do it all. So let's start over, and then we'll go for the evasion first. Maybe the evasion that requires a lack of killing for all I know, but... Or maybe it just means that Yoshi doesn't make contact. I don't know if we want to spend our time trying it the easy way first. Because it might be tricky to... Yeah, no, let's... I think as long as Yoshi doesn't touch, maybe that still gets the objective. And so we'll go with that theory. And just leave these in a safe place for now. I don't remember how much damage I may or may not have taken when we did the... Oh, initial round. Didn't mean to destroy that one, but that's okay, we'll take it. Yeah, if you just roast two of them, then you can actually reach both of them. Whereas previously we couldn't reach them completely. You know what, we can just leave it. It's safe. So we can do all rescues with no damage, maybe that's okay. As long as that counts as evading. And indeed, like I said, we don't actually need to transport them. I need to grow more apples anyway, so we don't want to bloom too many flowers ahead of time. We'll leave them in a central position here because they're safe, and then we'll bring an apple over. I need eggs, though. Here are eggs. Okay. Oh, actually, no, we need to feed every single one of them, so... but then you can't kill them if you wanted to get the feed all, so we'll just take these out this run and we'll go for feeding all of them another run. Can't do it all in the same run, I don't think. Or cube brine, that's not bad. Okay, let's feed this one so we can grow apples. Well, we don't need to grow apples so much in this run because we're not trying to... Whoops. Oh, that was a mistake. We're not trying to feed all of them this round, but for the round where we feed all of them, I think we definitely need sufficient apples. No, oh, blew it. Hang on. That's alright. Okay, yeah, so it's just a no damage run, I'm pretty sure. We'll try it that way. And yeah, no need to trouble ourselves to escort them just yet. As long as we get all rescues done before having taken damage. Get those roasted. Go back for that one afterwards. Let's just go around this one for the time being. Oh, no, took damage. That's alright. Now, feeding all of them does include this first one here, so you'd have to go around that and then go back to feed it afterwards. Oh, whoops. Okay, nearly bopped it here. But luckily, didn't kill it outright. Okay. Now, let's go up. Yeah, I've steadily become accustomed to... Oh, come on. The right stick aiming, at least, with this game. It feels much more comfortable now that I'm used to it as the throwing mechanic. We'll need to do the stage quite a few times, I think. Just to get it down perfectly. We'll go back for that one. You know, we should really take one of these out to open up more space. There's a whole sequence of 4 here. There's just want to get up to the egg location and then we're set after that. Here we'll go over apples. We need to not take damage over here. And then we'll go down below for the other one. Let's not drop blindly because that leads to problems. And take it out. That did not count as evading all of them. That did not count as evading all of them. So maybe you do in fact need to not touch any of them. Evaded everyone and rescued the flowers. Now, we didn't take any damage that time, for sure. So I think maybe you just need to, yeah, leave them all in place. In fact, you can see from the graphic there that it looks pacified by the watermelon. So, yeah, I think maybe we're not allowed to take them out. And then that would mean that we would do it in the same run, potentially as feeding all of them, except... Oh, that's going to be a little tricky. Yeah, because that did not count. The one that's going to be tricky is the first one in the middle crate. You basically need to jump over it quickly. So evading all of them maybe it just means not destroying any of them. I don't know if... Well, I know, you'd think evading you have to not take damage, but... This one's going to be a problem because, yeah, you need to jump over it essentially. Okay, we can do it. Okay. But then you need to get this one to a position of safety. Okay, so we need to not kill any of them. Now, the one in the central crate, I think, is potentially troublesome. But if we pacify it and drop it out of that position, maybe that's okay. Because then it's not circling around. Oh, that did not go. Yeah, we'll just let it eat something. And maybe it'll drop it out. Here we go. Except it's in a terrible position for me now. Yeah, okay, so we get no kills, and then after that, we feed every single one if we are able. Now, this will be tricky because I do need to get the apples out of there. Actually, no, it's okay if they eat one of them. Because I can grow more apples with the other one. So, as long as I get one... no, we'll get both. Because now I can reach this one safely. I'll grow some over here, but we'll set it down. We rescued every single one. How come it still doesn't count as evading then? Or, oh no, we haven't rescued them all in this run yet. We have to go down to the boat level. That's right. Does that qualify? That does not qualify. Why not? Is it because I interacted with the one that I fed the watermelon? Maybe. Let's... We have to see it. I don't think I can figure it out myself, otherwise. Get every nectar to safety before they're eaten. Okay, get them to safety. Get them to safety. I guess we do need to escort them. I didn't know what counted as that. So yeah, you do in fact need to escort them out. Wait. Get them to safety before they're eaten. What counts as safety? Because I did previously relocate many. I mean, maybe if they're all here in this corner, but yeah, we have to figure out how to trigger that, and then we'll, after that, try the remaining objective of feeding every single one, since we have not defeated anything yet, so far as I know. How is that different from just a standard objective? This does not count as safety. Evaded every single one of them. Get them to safety before they're eaten. Well, nothing got eaten, so... And the silhouette here seems to indicate that I am allowed to feed one watermelon. Near the campfire. It could be. I was thinking that might be the case. But we need to be very careful not to put them on the fire, of course. Yeah, because I guess the campfire zone has this whole patch of dirt here that might be okay. As long as one of them doesn't get nudged into the fire or something. No. Would it be the boat? Would it be maybe something like the starting location? No, it wouldn't. Like the rock? Oh, this one sank like a stone. Oh, you know what? When did we kill this one? Because... Did I just thoughtlessly kill the first one instead of evading it? Like I said I would. Maybe. I mean, getting them to this little rock here may or may not be safety, but... Because then they would be out of the shipwreck, right? While evading them. Because well, I definitely killed whatever was on the first location to grab the initial run of eggs. So I think maybe I might have just hit this prematurely at the start. Because that would blow the objective to feed all of them anyway, right? So I shouldn't continue on this run. Let's redo. Although, get them to safety. I mean, I guess this is technically the starting location. Well, let's start it over, and let's be careful with the very beginning, because I didn't realize I'd actually defeated the one right at the start. Because I was telling myself at the start, okay, defeat nothing, maybe that's the condition. But it seemed to have dropped out of there anyway, so let's see. Oh, nope. But it's not a no damage condition, but maybe it's a no kill condition, so... Nope. Hang on. That totally got munched. We need to make some more space. Yeah, we don't pop this at the start. Now, I should be allowed to take damage myself, but we'll try to go for a no-kill run. And even if we don't get the rescue objective, we'll go for the feed them all objective. No, oh, nope. Never mind. This is actually already tougher than doing the hedger or the cut salad, as it were, in total stealth. That one did not take long to figure out in terms of doing the fully successful silent assassin run, as it were. But this one will take a bit more work. I have to say, I do admire how to figure out how to do some semblance of difficulty design in this game. In terms of tasks like this one, where you do need to be rather finessed, you do need a certain amount of planning, but it's not because of the fail condition being applied to Yoshi, so... Okay, that makes a bit more space. That's why we do it. Let's be careful where we jump. You know, I wonder if roasting them actually is a problem here. Because if you roast them, you can't feed them, right? So I was roasting all of them just out of habit. That might not actually be right. You can't feed them if you roast them. So, okay, let's leave it here. So yeah, maybe that was a problem. So we'll do the one at a ship last, and we will not break open the crate yet. Because we want, at the very least, the feed everyone objective to also be available. Also, we're going to do this one from this side this time. So it's a little less perilous to reach. Just have to remember not to land on it later. I think we bring an apple back to this one later. That, oh, no, took damage. That's okay. I'm assuming that taking damage is fine. Although it's asking you to evade every one, though, so maybe not. But if this doesn't work, then we'll still be able to get the feed everyone. Okay. I do need an egg, though. One egg is fine. And we need to get this one out of here. Yeah, so you save them all without harming a single creature. So that is actually the condition, is you just do not kill anything. You are allowed to take damage, but you don't get any kills. Now we feed all of them. Feeding all of them does include feeding them with flowers. Incidentally, yeah, so I was thoughtlessly stopping the first area, and I was thoughtlessly roasting them over here without really having thought about it in advance. But we want to grow apples, obviously, so we'll do that. We'll also feed them this way from time to time, make them really happy. We need at least one watermelon available for growing watermelon down below. We might even be able to go for the seed objective in this one. Let's grow some more apples. So yeah, no kills until we've fed everyone. Means we can grow this. Out of range. Okay, hang on. I need to jump on something to get up there. Oh, it's gonna eat, maybe? Come on. There we go, now it's happy. Now we need to not sacrifice this one until we've grown more apples, of course. But this one we can probably just feed. Oh, good. Almost lost that. So there's the one up here at the very beginning that we'd want to feed as well. I might not have enough apples to work with. You need to grow pretty much the maximum amount of apples, I think, to make this work. Which means... well, okay, we can still grow apples in these two patches here. Let's do that before we do anything else. But I think I'll be short on apples. I suspect that will be the case. That's okay, we can feed the rest of the flowers as well, obviously. And then... after that, watermelon... will at least let me... Now, we don't want to take the watermelon seeds yet until pretty late, because the thing is I have to spit out all the watermelon seeds afterwards. So let's feed all the ones in the ship first before we break open this area. Roasting them doesn't really help, though. But let's get some apples going. Oh, it's totally stuck here. It's okay, we'll get as many apples going as we can. I feel like I'm not going to have enough. And the feed everything objective is kind of dependent on... well, I guess you don't really need to rescue the flowers if you're only doing the feed everything objective, but... you would still need one of them to spread apples. But then you have less of a problem with flowers that are not growing into apples. Also, we do have pepper available still, and maybe pepper also counts in spite of the fact that it doesn't pacify them, but I wouldn't necessarily count on that. Let's see if we can do it. I feel like I'm way short, though. Oh, there we go. Nope. Oh, it's going to be devoured by one that was already fed. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, you know what? Instead of going for that, let's not go for that objective this time because we're roasting them anyway. Let's go for the peeling one, because then you can peel off spines and then feed one to revive it to get 2 of the objectives that we need. That means swallow. And then we need to carefully shave it. Okay, at this point... You know what? Let's shave a different one too, just in case this doesn't work. We got a whole chain of them here. It's not very accessible, but let's try to find one that's in an easy location. So yeah, it's 3 hits. And that's all it really takes. And then you can feed one of them again afterwards. Okay. So now we can eat one. And then we have to feed the other one that we peeled. Wait. Oh, no, that didn't work then, because I think when we peeled one of them, it actually got defeated by its neighbor or something. It got poked. So I will need to do the watermelon objective again then. Yeah, that's actually a problem. Yeah. Yeah, we should have revived it, and then... I didn't realize that the one I stripped out here would be defeated. That's the issue. Okay, we'll have to restart for the remaining objectives. So if you feed everyone again, we don't really care about saving the flowers as long as we have one to grow apples. But we don't want to redundantly feed any. And if I'm using watermelon for the spit, then I wonder. Yeah, we'll just look at that. It's terrified. It's absolutely terrified. And we're not going to rescue it at all. We don't really need all the eggs, to be honest, but we'll let this one get munched as well. It'll be a bit of a traffic jam that happens as a result. But we critically do not roast them until all are fed. Now it does mean that this one can also straight up be eaten as well over here. And then you save the watermelon for the next round after that. So, for these... Yeah, at this point, we let this one devour one apple, we feed the other apple, and then we start growing apples. Oh, no, no, wrong. Oh, well, okay, I guess I lost the apples. That did not work then. Just to throw. That will not work, but then, since we're doing that, in order to save watermelon for food purposes, let's do the objective here now. Come on. Okay, we send it down below, except if it walks, it's going to walk towards the fire, so that's actually not good. We should drop that one. And the idea is that we can feed it and have it regrow. Oh no, we already had that objective. Okay, we already had the regrowing objective. So we need to plant the watermelon seed. No, we only need to do that when we're going for feeding all of them. When we feed all of them, we do this. And then it'll give it some food. That's how you do it. But we need to redo that one anyway, so let's see. We're at 88%. Are we missing that much? Yeah, feed everyone. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay, again, feed them all, which means we leave them well enough alone. And yeah, the apple mistake was the problem that time. If we didn't have the apple issue, we could have just stayed here just fine. And then we can grab the eggs. Not that much. And then this time, yeah, one of the watermelons will need to be devoured anyway because we need it for seeds, but one of the watermelons can be fed to someone. We'll worry about that when we get to it. Let's not mess up the apples this time. I need to remember to feed the top one too. That's one that's easily missed. Okay. You know what? Let's do it this way so I'm not tossing it everywhere. I'm making a mess of it. Like we did last time. Yeah, we need to grow apples absolutely everywhere. We'll see how close we are when it comes to whether you need to be absolutely perfect to have enough food. Oh, let's not feed that one redundantly. Got one little patch here. A bunch of these are stuck here. And then there's one more here that will need to be fed. I don't know if there are any more apple seeds that we can spread. I need to check that before we feed the flower to someone. Okay, we'll just go with it. Now, let's see if we have enough food for the rest. That I'm not totally clear about, but we'll have to find out. Because you do need to distribute the apples pretty much perfectly. Okay, got one. Make sure we don't feed them redundantly. Then, yeah, don't feed the one that was already fed. They do bunch up against each other though because of the way they slow down. One more left in this zone. Yeah, kind of interesting that this game essentially has levels that have genocide and pacifist roads, so to speak. Do we remember to feed the top one? We have not. Well, this will take a little bit of practice here, perhaps. There we go. Okay, let's scout who we want to feed next before we pop that apple, because we need to plan. We need to feed 3 here in the middle. 3, okay. And what happened to the one who was formerly here? At 8, the first one. Maybe it just dropped after eating. I mean, that did count as feeding it, though, so that's not an issue. But it is conspicuous to me that it's absent. Also, we totally should have popped a rope up top that would let me climb around this segment, so I don't need to mess around it so much. So we need 3 over here. We need 1 here. No, we fed all 3 of these. And in fact, it means that at this point I am free to let these head over to the fire if we want. Because, oh wait, am I? Because I can't actually tell if the center one was fed. I actually can't tell if the center one was fed. I thought we fed it, but it's not radiating. Maybe we didn't catch that one. I hope we didn't miss here. We'd have to redo this. Especially because otherwise they'll run to the fire. Well, at least that one's stuck in position, so in the worst case we'll feed it a pepper at the end just in case it counts. Yeah, it's not radiating a circle, so I feel like the middle one was not fed. It might mean that we're going to wind up 1 short. Because I might have accidentally fed one of these ones twice. We need 3 over here. Certainly hope we don't wind up 1 short. But it's looking like a distinct possibility at the moment. I think we are going to be 1 short. And yeah, when you have a few in a row, you want to feed the back ones first, otherwise they obstruct each other. No. It's going to be a problem. Maybe we need to take out the front one. No. I mean, do you still get this objective if you take out the ones that you have fed? I'm not totally convinced. Come on. Need to spread them out somewhat, maybe. I think I'm going to be 1 short regardless. Because of that middle one in that other section in the boat not being fed. Oh, nope, and then, yeah, now we're going to be short for sure, so, okay. That's too bad. So, yeah, you do need to be perfect. Because you can see this one was not fed, this one in the middle here. You do need to be absolutely perfect. Anyway, next time we're not going to forget to... Oh, actually, no, I have another apple. Except I made 2 mistakes at this point, which is 1 too many. So we have a margin of error of maybe 1. I'm going to verify something here. I'm going to verify that we did, in fact, need to feed this one because, yeah, now it drops and makes a circle, right? So, yeah, Wait, are we still able to salvage this? No, we're not, because there are 2 here that we need to feed. And we only have 2 pieces of food left. Because we need to use 1 watermelon to grow more watermelon. 1 is fed, and then we're going to be short by 1. Except for the pepper. Except, oh no, I can't take the pepper. Hang on. Now, I don't know if the pepper will count as a feeding objective, but it basically has to at this stage, because if it doesn't, then we just straight up lose. Now, I did have a way to get up there previously to knock that down. I think we just used the egg, actually. Yeah, because if we don't use the pepper, this is not going to work. So we just have to hope this works. That should come last, because whatever we feed with it is going to go fast. Okay, so this one we grow. Oh, whoops. Let's not kill anything, though. Oh, now I'm on the wrong side of it. That's awkward. But I can pick it up. I wonder if you can feed another one, actually, using the seed. The problem is that that won't really tell me much information here, simply because positionally we're in a bit of a tough spot. No, it just runs with them. Okay. Well, another one of them will have watermelon, and one of them will have pepper. Okay, pepper will go to the one in the middle, which might be the safest thing to happen anyway. So hopefully pepper actually covers the objective. If it doesn't, then we redo the whole thing. And again, it does strike me that one of the ones in this level is already eliminated. Oh no, hang on. I have to get another pepper now. Jump too close to that other one. Can we knock down more pepper here? Okay. Get it. Except now it's not in a very good position. We're running out of eggs. This is all stuck up there. Okay. Let's try to knock some more down. Oh, no, except we fed that one by mistake, so never mind. There we go, finally. Okay, now we've got a few chances to feed the middle one over here. It's actually the one on the left now because the other one's outpaced it, so... Oh no, they take each other out, actually. So that does not work. So yeah, we have to redo this then. We have to leave them all alive. We need to... Man, this one didn't get left alive. So maybe it's because it fell off the edge or something after it munched. Because I don't remember ever actually eliminating this one in the center. But anyway, it's clear to me that we do need to redo it. And yeah, because they don't have the pacified glow around them when you feed them pepper. So pepper, I think, clearly doesn't count. Yeah, way tougher than the stealth behedger objective. Actually, this is probably the hardest one to execute that we've seen so far. Okay, so we'll try to reposition this so it's a little more centered this time. And that way it doesn't just drop off. At least I hope it doesn't. We can watch it to make sure. Although I don't think it matters as long as we feed everyone, so. Yeah, it kind of just drops off by itself anyway. That's just going to happen. So as long as it counts as fed, maybe that's okay. Because if not, then we basically need to feed this one last, which... Well, do I want to find that out at the very end, that we needed to keep it alive? We fed it, I think it counts, because... Yeah, if it doesn't count, then we at least know that this one has to go last. Okay. I'm going to try to feed the one. Oh, no, no. I was about to say I was going to go feed the one at the bottom of the string because it's easier to reach the other two, but never mind that. We will actually remember to drop a rope this time. Just to ease things up a little bit. Okay, now we have to grow all the apples. Oh, whoops. Don't want to toss that guy. Come on. There we go. Yeah, you have to bounce it off the diagonal up top. Okay, that's all been fed. More apples before we do anything. Grow all the apples. Yes, we will, it seems, need every single one in order for this to be successful. Yeah, they're all jammed in position over here now. Now, I think that's all the apples, so let's feed this one here. No need to revive this one, we need to maximize food for the urchins, so... Grab these two. I've got two apples right over there that we'll use as well. They're bunched up a little too close to comfort for now, but just need to target this perfectly. Okay, that's fine. And we'll wait. Okay, that set is all done. Left side is pretty much all done. Now the center with the ship is one of the more worrisome ones to deal with here. Oh, that was a total miss, and it's going to just drop off. That's fine, as long as we catch it. In fact, well, that's okay. We'll do that. Nope. Oh, it's going to drop on the other one. Ah. Now we might be short by one for all I know. Now we were allowed one mistake last time. Yeah, we just need to up throw towards him. I think that's the easiest way to aim. But we may have made a critical mistake. It's okay. The middle three on the crates over the water are some of the tougher ones as well. We may have enough food though. Let's see. Alright. This one. And then... Now that's going to release their position, so we need to be careful here while we attempt to feed the last of these. There we go. Let's let them circle around here until we need eggs, because we... Well, I mean, I guess we already had one drown at the beginning, so... Am I short by one again? I might be. 3 in the middle. 1 watermelon used to grow down below. Actually feels like I'm short 2. How am I short 2? How am I short by 2? Oh, I missed one patch. And even then, well, I'd be short by 1 because of the mistake we made earlier. So, yeah, I made a mistake here. We're short by 1 apple on that patch. And we accidentally fed one of these ones redundantly, and so... I think this one's a failure. Because we're currently missing 3 that we need to feed in the middle. And currently we have 2 watermelons, 1 watermelon is reserved, so we're short 2. And I know exactly where to get those. So you do need to be perfect, actually. How come I didn't realize that? I thought we had margin of error for 1 last time for some reason, but maybe I miscounted my mistakes. Or missed some other one. Okay. Now the thing is, this one... Yeah, there's no way to avoid this one dying at the start, because if he doesn't eat, he rolls off and drowns himself anyway, I think. So you do need to just let him eat. Because, well, I mean, let's watch. Because does he turn or go down? Goes down and then drowns. So yeah, no, that one does need to be fed at the beginning. Because that's the point at which it checks for the rescue. So it's okay for that to be eliminated. So they presumably all can be eliminated once fed if you really do need to make space. Which means we'll just leave this. And then, oh, let's get around here for a moment. I'm going to try to feed the back one. I guess they'll all bunch up together anyway, though, if you leave them for long enough, so... This one will need to be fed anyway. So let's just take it out now. It just means that we need to be perfect about the last one when it comes to the apples. Oh, let's not make that mistake. And let's not miss any apples this time, because that was absolutely a problem. Oh, we need to deflect it up here. There we go. off the corner. Okay. Objective is not miss any apples. So we know there are some locations down below. Okay. Well, let's not push that too far, though. I think that's going to be all we need at the moment. Whoop, let's not feed anyone redundantly, because that'll blow up the whole run. So yeah, this time we actually did remember the bottom apple that we can do. So now we are free to feed the flower to someone. That's not how you do it. However, will it get close enough? Yes, it will. Okay, now we need to not waste a single apple. I may go for these center ones first, because then we can ignore them. Oh, hang on. You know, I think I want to get apples ready here first, so we don't get them bunched up with each other. Because if they get bunched up, it becomes really... Oh, whoa, that was almost a mistake. Quite difficult to get them in a proper position. Although, let's deal with these two. And we'll be careful about how we feed this one here. Oh, nope. Let's be very, very careful positionally. There we go. So we need 3 down here. Again, let's put them on. Oh, hang on. Oh yeah, no, it rolled down here. Okay, that's what happened. Thought I lost it for a moment. Just rolled down the slope. Actually, positionally speaking, maybe that wasn't the best choice. Let's go over here. Oh, okay, that's okay. We fed one. I guess now we feed the other 2. Well, I guess we're committed. Yeah, because the thing is, when they're bunched up behind each other like that, that becomes a huge issue for trying to feed them accurately. No. We might just have to bust the first one when it comes down. I think you don't have as much surface area to feed the rest. Maybe we just toss when the first one passes the water, like this. Okay, good. It's about as good as we could have hoped for. The second one back here is still going to be bunched up. It's going to be a hard one to hit without accidentally feeding the one in front. I might just need to inch right up to it and tap it ourselves physically, like when it's coming around this side. Just run up to it. Swim up to it, rather. Yeah, that's the safest way to do it. Okay, these 3 are done. It's the 4 in the middle now. these ones over here. And these two. Now these two, one of them can be done with the watermelon, one of them with an apple. We should have enough here for 3 apples in this section, as long as we don't miss anybody. Okay, good. Let's wait for another cycle just to be more precise about it. We will have enough though, as long as I make no mistakes. You actually do need to be perfect. What a fruit budget to make sense. Okay, so the ones assigned here are going to be 1 apple, 1 watermelon. And then watermelon in the water will be the last one. And we better hope it registers correctly. Okay. Done. Now these two. We need to be very careful so that we don't use a watermelon first because one of them will drop. And we try to up throw into them because that's the easiest way to target them without having to roll the apple. Good. And then we'll catch the other one. And then swallowing the last watermelon will be the last interaction. Oh, tough position here. We got it. Okay, both fed? Good. Should just be the last one then. We just grow the seeds here. Without messing up, let's not spit more than we need. It looks like every creature has a full belly. Excellent. That took some planning, but it was very satisfying. We're at 92%, which tells me that there will be an additional interaction with these fellows in a different level at some point, unless there's a return to this level, which might also be possible. But we've completed everything we can with them. So far as I know. So now, all that remains is to name them. Like I said, I've spent enough time on this level that I think I've been able to give it a little bit of thought. Let's end it. This creature needs a fitting name as well. What name would suit it best, I wonder? Now, the thing is, I've been using my Joy-Con mouse to do this, and I'm not able to connect it for some reason right now, so we'll have to punch it in manually the old way. Because I have been playing this on my Pro Controller rather than my Joy-Cons. So anyway, let's hear the suggestion first, and we'll do something ourselves. It's an urchin that'll leave you crying out in pain if you get too close. So how about Ouchin? That's actually not far from the idea that I had, but... Oh, connected, okay. I was actually thinking... Devourchin. Okay. But it was a bit of an ouchin to get through that last objective. I think this captures its viciousness and ravenous appetite slightly better. Okay. Although Porcupine was a pretty good suggestion as well. Ouchin. And look at that, we've learned everything there is to learn about the nectar. That seems like one of the less interesting names we've come up with at this point, given how the run has gone, but I'm also somewhat attached to it. Okay. So, we finally saw every creature in World 3. But we do have the secondary objectives for a few of them, and of course we're missing some things with these ones here. So, let's take a look at the new objectives. There might not be any that are too new. Oh, you totally do get to fish them up in this level. So maybe that's the last one to get. So yeah, sure. You know what? Let's just dive right back in. And find out what's going on. Okay, so, I mean, we probably want to bait it with fruit, if I had to guess. Oh, you know what? And everything's clear here in this variant of the level. So what do we do other than just catch them? I mean, I guess we just try to catch the one that was floating around then. Oh, whoops. That's interesting that this... Okay. Oh, and then I get to swing it at something. What would I swing it at? Maybe the underwater area? Or maybe we roast it, except there's no campfire anymore. Maybe we feed one to the other. No. Let's see what happens in the boat. Okay, I don't actually know how to use them so far, so let's see. This area is all clear now. Oh, it's a net. Maybe we need to pop them in the net. And just drop them here. As part of this fishing expedition. Okay. There we go. Got one in a net. Surely we need to get them all in a net for the last objective. And I know it's last because we went from 92 to 96. Oops. Okay. And then we'll let go, and then we'll see if we can find another. It's all the way up here. That's fine. It's not too bad, actually. And then this reduces it to the previous problem. Oh, come on. Get over here. How many more, I wonder? Is there one in the treasure location up here? Yeah, of course there is. Alright, drag it down. Oh. There we go. Probably one more. I was kind of expecting 5. Would it be down on the lower level? We actually can't drop down there anymore, it seems, because of the net. So now we just need to hunt. Yeah, we checked the top right. Have we checked inside the ship? Yes. At the top left, the apple room. We started here, so presumably, yeah, just need to catch this one. That's got to be it. And there we go. 100%. Wrangle them all into the net. Let's get out of here. Okay, that's a stamp. And now let's see what else we can complete. Beginning with this self-fishing creature. We got all flowers here previously, so let's see what we're going to catch this time. The master lies in wait. The hat, the Great Hall, and tidying up for rubbish. Oh yeah, that's right, we never found a magnet in this stage. We needed a magnet for a few interactions. But we're currently in the variant stage, which tells me I need to catch this thing first. Oh yeah, we need to catch one of these. Okay, so some interaction in the ecosystem, so we just hold down and let the line go. Come on. Oh, couldn't quite get it. I guess if we put it in a bubble or close to a bubble, then when it goes for the bubble, then we'll be able to catch it. There we go. Oh, except it's hard to get. So, well, let's see. Yeah, we do need to just bait the bubbles then. That's clearly the way to do it. Nope, almost. Nope, not quite. But then actually reeling it in will not be trivial. Okay, we have a very clear position for it. Here we go. Give it some slack, pull it up. Give it some slack, pull it up. Just needs to get it above the surface. There we go. Caught the poke floats. We'll tag it, but then we'll continue with objectives here because I, once again, couldn't find magnets, and that blocked me off from quite a bit. I don't know if we'll do it right now necessarily. Because basically I'd been skipping over a lot of what have been asking me for the higher level hints. And we're in the variant stage right now anyway, which means that we might not be able to do everything anyhow. So I think we might actually just prioritize other stages for the moment instead of going for the full 100% just yet. Yeah, because the general principle I've been going by was that we don't bother with the 100 coin hints unless I'm just maybe 1 or 2 objectives off from finishing. Because we can always clean that up later. Let's see about the waterboard objective though. We're still missing 1 flower here as well that I couldn't find. And then we're going to have some interaction between another species in the zone once again as well. Did I actually find any additional hints? No additional hints. So it's kind of interesting because usually some of the smiley flowers might have hints attached to them. The fact that whatever we're missing here did not tells me that it might have been either in an easily accessible location or something that we have to get in the variant stage here. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, this is actually very different in terms of the starting location. So I guess we'll just whoop. Hang on. See what happens. How do we even do this? We sent it and then wrote it. So I guess we... Oh, I have to collect everything, okay. That's interesting. No idea how to control it properly, but... I mean, it's just a full collection though, right? It shouldn't be too difficult. As long as we dip in certain locations. And yeah, we can always lead them over. We do kind of need to lead them over and maybe pull back a little bit. If we're in the front half, does it sail over? Not right away. Well, not exactly doing this efficiently, but at least it's not hard to do it pretty simply. The Moby Lick to help you pull off some tricks. Right, I forgot about the double jump, in fact. That we could just do that. Now if we collect enough coins, if it doesn't fill out the final objective, that tells me that we need to collect all coins, which I kind of expect we need to do anyway. Got tokens with the Moby Lick. We're going to get the rest, for sure. This game usually does give you credit for doing things completely. Yeah, cutting straight through them sometimes is something you need to aim accurately towards. Oh. They seem absolutely tickled by this. Can we? Oh, didn't manage to dip down below. There we go. Okay, let's try to dunk down below here. Yeah, 060, you're saying this is the most bonus level stage thus far? Yep, absolutely. Feels like something out of Donkey Kong Country. Oops. Except we don't need to worry about a timer or something, we just need to catch everything that we can. I'm obviously not controlling it very well. I'm kind of glad that it's this relaxed. But we're blowing off some tricks. So how round a number are we looking at here? Let's find out. Notice how few steps I have on the counter, because none of the surfing counts towards the steps. Okay. Up the other wave again. I can't reverse here though when we're up the side. Nope. I need to reposition these a little bit, I think, in order to get that batch up high. Finicky to control though. Can we merge the little ones with the bigger ones? Let's see. It'll be fun to watch somebody speedrun this at some point. That somebody will not be me. Yeah, you can get a lot of air actually just by going up the side and not hitting any buttons until you've done so. You just gain lots of air. There we go, that's 100%. Now, the problem is we're still missing one flower, and it doesn't look obtainable here. I think it has to be obtained in the main stage, because otherwise we're not quite at 100% with this one just yet. And we also need to tag the objective here and get out of here. I mean, we're at 100%. We probably don't actually need to touch it, but I'd rather finish this properly. Whoop. There we go. And that's a stamp. But that just tells me that the stamp doesn't require all flowers. I kind of want to dip back into it just to see, because maybe you needed to collect all the fish perfectly instead of just in segments to get the final flower. I would not be surprised if that were the case. Because I certainly couldn't discover it in any locations. We won't stay with this one for too long. We'll see what we can, and then... Yeah, because it is the fourth one of this set. That in itself tells me it might be possible that we just need to be perfect about fish. Oh, already missed that opportunity. But that's good. Let's explore the stage first, in case it's just in a location that I missed. Because we're not getting perfect on fish this time. It might be somewhere that we just needed to get a trick off of before, and in some location that I didn't see. In fact, because it's not tied to a hint, that tells me it's probably just in some openly accessible location that we happen to fail to visualize. And yeah, Sunken Treasure is the third one, so it's got to be past this point, probably. And we'll see if it was somewhere up high in a location that we didn't figure out. Hang on. So what do we just need to maybe have a really big surf, like a clear one off of one of these slopes and then just ride it up. Whoa, nope. Discarded it all the way over. So it makes sense for it to be maybe in a high location that you have to catch from all the way up high. Can't really keep track of my position here, despite at least the objective marker on the left being in a consistent location. We should maybe use that as a barometer for where to stand. So yeah, I wonder if it's that you needed to ride really high off some location near the end. I mean, we did catch the big fish before, so I don't think it's going to be anything related to that. But it may be that you need to catch some massive slope. Again, I'm not going to come over it too carefully, but we'll see what we can do. Oops, bumped my head. Now, the fact that it is flower number 4 doesn't necessarily mean it's fourth one reachable in this sequence. I find that a couple of the stages in this game have not exactly abided by the typical assumption that the order obtainable in the stage matches the order of which flower is marked as which. I feel like it might be in a really high position or something. Can't imagine where else it would be. Okay. Yeah, I don't really find that I know any kind of location for it. What about here? What do you get into the ship on the left side? In this deck here. That looks accessible, actually. Did I not see that before? I thought I had, but we'll try it. Would have thought that was a pretty obvious location, actually, but of course we'd have to manage to catch it. No, this just takes you back into the middle deck here. No, I think I had checked that before. So it's not that. Probably not anywhere else in the ship either, then. Okay, so I think we just need to surf somewhere. Yeah, because we had popped the one off the top before. Yeah, I really don't see where this one could be. It might be based on some other completion objective, like grabbing all coins or something. We might have to come back for this one. I mean, it is possible for that to be the case, now that I look at it. And yeah, none of this is All that promising. What about below here? Is it going to kick it up? Can we actually get him below? No, we can't. Almost looks like an opening, but again, it doesn't make sense for the one denoted as number 4 to be there. I think we'll probably tap out of this one for now then. We'll have to come back for it. So I don't really see any promising ideas. Other than all coins are all fish. All fish was already tied to a couple of different objectives, so... Sure, we had been up here before. Wait, we better double check. Oh no, here it is. Last place we checked. But it is here. Okay. Now we're actually done with that one.
Yoshi.
Okay, absolutely done with that stage. And then... let's see. I think we might not even get to chapter 4 today, to be honest. Might make sense to just finish chapter 3 to the extent that we can. I don't remember what we were missing with this guy. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, that's right. That we didn't really even know how to do this objective. I guess maybe if it's full of air, then you stomp it or something and you blow out all the air. That could be possible. This was doable, we just didn't take the time for it. Same with eating all the small fish. Yeah, maybe that's something we can get back to. So this one we kind of barely touched. I was not terribly awake for the stage. So there's so many interesting objectives. Oh yes, that's right, and we want to set up the choir. At the very least, so... I think we definitely want to replay this one. And then maybe we'll finish on that today. We'll try to get this stage to our satisfaction. So people are aware of plans for this stream. I have had 007 First Light waiting in the wings. I have the game. I've been waiting to play it, but we are going to get through more of Yoshi first. I'm not going to hold 007 until we're through 100% of Yoshi, because that is actually such a huge undertaking that we are far, far away from doing. But I'm thinking that we'll do as much Yoshi as we can this week. Maybe finish all of the initial chapters before we get into post-game. And then maybe take a break for 007 and then come back to this afterwards. Because Yoshi is going to take some time, I can tell. Even if we don't want to get a total 100%, that's still a lot of work that we might have ahead of us. So, if chapter 4 and 5, of course, take as long as 3 has been, and that depends on whether we get stuck on something really silly like we did for several hours on the Bachiopod stage. And then who knows what'll happen, but we'll try to get through this one in the next few days at minimum. Anyway, let's grab everything we can here. 15, I guess, is just the number that we've collected so far. So, yeah, let's explore. Likes to sing. You can feed it some pepper. You can perk up the smiley flower. Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. We are missing a smiley flower from collecting it. So we know that the interaction is to merge them. So we'll go for that. And help out with gardening work. Oh, really? Made some flowers grow. Splits apart when struck, combined to become big. Yeah, we want to make one really, really big, if we can. Because then we can reach new heights. Now here's a spicy one. If we are able to spread some pepper, then that would allow me to make it extra spicy. We would need a third pepper, it seems. So let's see if we're able to grow one. I want to stack this a little taller, I think. How big can it get? I guess we'll find out by leading it this way. Yeah, its color changes when you feed it. We are going to go pepper rather than apple, though. However, maybe we can put this one down. Oh, hang on. Nope. Yeah, you don't actually need to pick it up. You can just let it land on you. Spent the apple, but let's make it even bigger. So I need one additional pepper. Let's not pop the apple yet. We have more flowers I can reach. We'll get up here and grab this one first. Make it extra big, and then we'll grow pepper on the top part. Then we make it extra spicy. It's picked up something interesting inside. Picked up everything inside, right? Oh wait, how come? No, this had grown already, so never mind that. We will need to grow more pepper elsewhere. It looked like we needed 3 pepper to really make it extra spicy, so let's go back for that if we can. Wiggly jiggly. And then, how are we down to 1 pepper here? Who consumed the other one? Wasn't me? Oh no, there are 2. Okay. Oh, and it is hungry. Look at that. It's expecting the food. Anyway, now it's absolutely towering. We don't want to feed it apples because we want to stay on pepper. But it can probably wreck this shipwreck pretty easily. Let's get over here. How do we make it sing? I guess we'll find out later. Anyway, let's take it down a waterfall. Yeah, because we turned it into an apple juice one last time I was here, I think. It's become massive. Right, and then we need to battle with Bowser Jr. Can we actually go to the left side waterfall here? Surely we can. Yeah, we can, of course. It's a Nintendo game. Of course you can enter the waterfalls. Now, however... Oh, bees. Okay. What happens if we give it some honey, if we can? There's some other fruit. Oh, yes, that's right. No fruit would make it sing. Let's see. I feel like we might actually need the bees for something, but... Whoa. I feel like we need to at least move the big one in here. Hang on. No. Left side, left side. Here we go. But it's not going to fit. Which makes me wonder, is there a way we can combine these ones? Run separated. But we can combine it, right? And then we can go note fruit with it. And then can we split it? Burst apart from hit by a shockwave. Hang on, let's give this one a note for 2. No, well, no, that would negate the spice, though. Might not be what we want. What do we give it more note fruit? Doesn't. Hang on, let's take a look at this. Invented prepackaged mobile. Let's see. Saved a small one from a fish. I don't even remember where the fast fish was. Likes to sing. Oh, you know what? It likes to eat these. Interesting. I hadn't even tried it. Made a larger one. Did we not make a larger one ourselves? Big ones can't stay formed on dry land. So we could break it apart. World's first all-mobile jam band. Yeah, so we would need to break it apart and leave one over, perhaps. Extra spicy. Delicious apple juice seems to require 3 apples. We could do that eventually. And we need some way to form the choir. Well, note fruit obviously forms the choir, but what do we even do about the honey? What do we smacked it? You know, if you smack it and split it, then we'd be able to maybe merge once again. Can't stay from the dry land though, so we'll toss. And we'll toss. Change in size when they combine. And that one already has note fruit, so if we have to split the big one. Kinda wanna make the ultra spicy though. Let's make the ultra spicy first and then come back and see if we can combine. Because yeah, we would need to basically make some of the small ones and lead them over here, carry them on your back, and then swim over here because the big one can't pass the waterfall. So let's continue for the moment. Try to look for an opportunity to make more pepper. Yoshi yet again, you're so persistent. Anyway, we'll battle with this and then see about that final pepper if we can. Let's beat up Yoshi now. What a little brat. Well, luckily, we can just deflect. Why don't we just do it this way last time when it was just much easier than whatever it was I was trying? Okay. I didn't see an opportunity to get additional pepper though, so let's just stay on this. Yeah, you'll notice it's Bowser Jr., not Ishmael Jr., much as he would like us to call him that. Okay, did this a lot faster this time because we didn't mindlessly jump over the boat and get stuck on the other side of it. Now, I did, however, not find an opportunity to get one more pepper, though. However, there's this crate over here that we didn't previously see. I don't know if I can reach it. Where was that? Okay, anyway, we should actually smack this to catch a few other pieces. Oh. Oh yeah, okay, it ate it. That's not what we want to do. I want to... no, hang on. Lead it out and give myself a little more space first. What if it eats the last one? It does not eat the flower, okay. But what I want to do is I want to create something tall enough that I can reach more note fruits. Did I manage to lead one across? I did not. Because I want to make the choir on the left side, but that requires me to dock one and lead it. Well, that's okay. We'll just need to split some more anyway. We just need to escort more pieces to the left. And that's going to require me to hit. He really wants to be fed. Oh, I'm still carrying note fruit. Yeah, that's the issue. I do need to... But get on the other side of the waterfall and leave ourselves some room first. So I wonder how I could have grown more pepper, because I didn't see enough flowers available for me to really do that. Let's leave these out. We'll split them. We need to basically steadily escort all pieces over, I think, which I may or may not be able to do. Whoop. Oh, did I combine too many? Oh, yeah, I did. Also, well, we can make a muddy one, I think. There we go. But I need to move this one over because it's taking up too much space at this point. Okay. Follow. Follow, follow, follow. No. Okay, let's reduce it a little bit. Yeah, descriptivist. I mean, these guys are a variant of a classic Yoshi character. Let's try to form more on this side. Oh, didn't want to jump on it. I wonder how many we need to form the choir. Oh. That's okay. We'll just form the big one over here and then break it afterwards if I have enough eggs to do so. Takes a little while to set this up. Am I out of eggs? I think I'm out of eggs. Well, that's a bit of a problem now, actually. Because I haven't been able to form the choir fully on this side. Yeah, I didn't think about what would happen if I ran out of eggs. Let's see. Big ones can't stay formed on dry land. I guess we would just need to split that further. How do you make a prepackaged one? I guess we just need to toss it into a package. We just need to find a package. And yeah, the 069, you're correct that these are on the Yoshi's Island box art, quite famously. What does he do with his huge mouth and tongue? Well, in this game, they eat fruit. Now, I think, though, that I'm kind of sunk here because I don't have a way to get more eggs. Unless, well, no, I guess this one has to be sacrificed. Now, for the full choir, though, maybe it's okay to split. One on the left. You just need to make 3, maybe. The jam band and the choir seem to be 2 different things, though. And if you only have 1 egg, that's still not really going to give me enough of a split. And indeed, well... yeah, because you kind of need a 3rd one with note fruit. What if we stop, though? Maybe we're able to... oh, look at that. Oh, no, we've had that one before, so never mind that. You know, we'll try to make the one that... yeah, because they're too big, they don't constitute themselves, so... we might be able to... try to split this further. Yeah, we need to split this one into 2. Like we split from this side, then we might be able to do it. They're just gonna follow me. Except I need to give it some distance. Except, yeah, it's actually really quite difficult to just split them in there without causing more issues. Can I just eat the note fruit? Well, if Yoshi wants to sing, then yes. But oh, we can get all the note fruit we like. That's the important thing. But it might be difficult to make a separate one here. I guess once it's at the maximum size, maybe we can make a second, but then I don't know how to make a 3rd. It's a little tricky. Because this one just follows me the whole time. Yeah, I think I might need to redo this one from the beginning. I messed up a few times and we ran out of eggs, so we can't split them very easily. Because I'm trying to set up the choir, but we'll need to redo this a few times anyway to have the different fruit combinations. So... what if we lead this one? I mean, if it's still on the other side of the waterfall, I don't think it counts as part of the choir. You think it might be better to do it in the open lake? Maybe so, because then you don't trap them in the cave. But the issue, though, is that I would need to prepare a lot of note fruit in advance, so I can still fix them up in case we need to redo it for the setup. Anyway, let's restart this one then. Because, again, I didn't manage to get the triple pepper that time anyway, and triple apple seems pretty easy to do because some of the apples naturally occur on the trees. Triple pepper. I just didn't have enough patches to do it here. I wonder, it could help out with gardening work. Does that mean that it was able to grow something here? I think it was, but actually don't remember, so... Also, if you try to constitute a big one on dry land, then other things happen. You get 2 peppers here, I need a 3rd one. I'm trying to remember, how was it that we managed to grow more flowers? Because I feel like this might be necessary. Because over here, I'm not really going to get another flower patch that I can grow. At least I don't think so. Now, oh, that's interesting that it lets you do this. But it has to be the one to blast away the shipwreck. I can't do it manually, it seems. Because there was another location earlier, or later rather, with flowers, but... Let's just skip ahead. We missed the opportunity to get the first 2 peppers already, but I need to scout. It's already down the waterfall, though. You can grab that one off the side for something big. I thought there was an upper location where we could get more flowers. Let's redo it. I should double check that gardening interaction and see what the notes say on it. Because I actually do not remember what it did. Grass can grow anywhere that you find a friendly one. So I guess we just need to combine this with another piece and we'll be able to... Oh, except I merged that one. This means that we'll need to do a bit of stomping maybe. Or rather break it with an egg. And we can. So yeah, because that way we grow enough pepper, that's the only way we can really do it. Is to split this one and make more flowers. This also allows me to maybe try the interaction where you constitute the big one on dry land. We need another piece though. I think we won't get it here. We need to lead it this way. And yeah, so there are flowers that you can grow over here. Then how come these sprouted the wrong kind for me last time? Oops. No, not this way. What? Come on. There we go. Big ones can't stay forming on dry land. That's fine. At least we know where to get the other pepper. Let's feed it. Feed it again. Try to grow peppers on the top section. So I tried that last time, but I don't know why it just had normal flowers there instead by the time I got there. We'll get it to raise some crates. So as long as I can grow peppers here, then we should be fine. And what's the issue? Nope. Nope, come on. Left. Nope. Let's get over here. Then we can go triple apple after this. triple apple is quite possible. Let's see over here. Oh, maybe not in this round, though. Look at that. I actually didn't realize until this point that if you're extra spicy, you can run on water. Just like this is... I want to say Mario Galaxy 2. I'm trying to remember if the spicy pepper does that in Galaxy 2, because, you know, there are all those stages with you running up walls and such. Far too long since I looked at it. Okay, anyway, we got all that. Actually, yeah, no, we won't have enough apples to do 3 apples, maybe, unless you get the ones from the crates, but... Oh, maybe you still can do it. Yeah, because there's apple still here. Let's see if we can go for that. I think triple apple is still possible. Let's see about it. Well, we've got dual color. You can probably go triple color, can't you? There's some... Yeah, it took in an odd color. Oh, okay, no, we're supposed to rescue this one. Hang on, I think I'm missing my opportunity here. Except this is in my way. Come on. Okay. Maybe we have to do the pickup. Come on. Nope. Nope. I can do a bit of a downward toss after I do a stomp, though. Nope. Or maybe I can stomp to splash the fast fish. I don't think it goes low enough, though. No, it doesn't. How do I stop it, then? Spent all my eggs, too, so... Well, unless we get the fast fish, we can't get the final objective, so... Well, that wasn't a rescue, that was just gobbling it up, so that doesn't count. Now, I think there was maybe still an opportunity to get triple apple with it. We can still try to go for the no block interaction, but I have no eggs now, so... I might not really... be effective anymore. Oh, we can get eggs here, though. And indeed, there's an apple here. Various components have been tossed in, but only the color has changed. Yeah. Why do I still have a pepper available? I don't even know. Oh, right, because it was from the pepper bushes there. Okay. Anyway, we're not going to make the super large one, but maybe we don't want to anyway, since I'm trying to go for the acquire objective if we can still make it. Oh, missed it. Okay, let's not get into the fight yet. Let's see about this section here. Now, I wonder if there's some kind of utility I can get off the bees that... Well, I guess we can get eggs off them, and that's significant. And, oh, no, didn't want to pop that. That was a mistake. Okay, let's split maybe. Come on. Those are going to be too close together at this point. No, and they just run into each other. Okay. Let's see. I think if we just... It just follows me everywhere, and let's try to get enough distance on it. Yeah, it follows me so aggressively, it's very hard to set up a second one. Okay. Come on. Can I just drop some of them? How come these aren't combining? Except, well, that's probably going to combine with that one, and then that's going to be a mess once again. It's really quite tricky to do. Yeah, there's got to be some way to maybe try to obstruct. I mean, I guess one of them was set up in the mud earlier, and that was able to keep them apart. But then we'd still need to set up a third one. It's going to be tricky. So I didn't use the bees very effectively that time either. That's maybe part of the problem. Also, can we give them 3 different fruit? Well, let's... Oops. That didn't seem to do anything. No. This color indicates that you should not attempt to eat it, probably. So apple juice is easy enough. We're still missing that one smiley flower. Hanging on some branch. Just gonna scan this location quickly to make sure we didn't miss it in one of these places. It might even have been on the cliff that's all the way on the right side, in fact. Oh, we still haven't done a prepackaged one either. Or saved a small one from a fish. Well, I might not do the full 100% on this one right now anyway. The Smiley flowers. That's okay. We'll get a few more objectives. Yeah. Just to see what's feasible. Okay, so this time we'll just grow apples instead. That's simple enough. And you know what? Let's leave this one here for the moment. No, actually, I need some height. Or just naturally get enough height. There we go. We do, in fact, need some height. And then once we grow some apples, things are going to be simpler. Except you can't grow more apples in this area. You need to grow them down below. And that's okay, because it just means that we feed one of them. There we go. Okay. Is it not going to eat the apple? There we go. Same idea, we just need to grow enough. And triple apple will do the trick. I mean, triple apple is easy enough because you just grab this one here. And that does it. But yeah, if we're splitting 3, we should do it in the open. But I wonder how we can leave enough room. Because maybe if we make 2 small ones now and then lead them down. That could be a possibility. Let's maybe bust through the boat first and then deal with it over there. We also still haven't done that pre-packaged thing. What would you even do to make a prepackaged one, I guess? The idea is that you have to take one of the small ones and toss them into a... I mean, there's a can over here too, but I don't have a way to fish it up, I don't think. Actually, maybe I do. Okay, what do we get a can? Or do I put it in the can this way? There we go. Got it. Now, as for this objective, this is going to be a tough one. However, if we come down here, maybe then we can... Oh, nope. I got picked up. It just insists on following me. Let's just get down here for a moment. I almost had it too, and... Okay, I need to get it far away from here for a moment. Yeah, because you get under crates, you should be able to do the egg toss for rescue. Yeah, some of the interactions can be a bit fussy, but no. Too much interference. No, you need to get in really close. Nope. Wasn't able to do it. Maybe I can swallow from down below. No, I just swallowed the one I was trying to rescue, so that doesn't work. We tried it before, actually. Absolutely doesn't work. Maybe I'd need to go for pickup, like a dive and a pickup, like that one interaction that stuck me for hours on that other stage. Or maybe, well, no, it doesn't swim all the way to under the boat, I don't think. Okay, we'll try to at least get the split for the wire to be assembled down below. Does causing a big wave smash the fish? No, I tried it earlier. Doesn't reach down far enough. I did try that. I'm pretty sure. We actually want to put this one aside, maybe to set up a second one. Oh, never mind that. Okay, let's sink Junior first then. Get him out of the way. I actually suspect it's on the right side cliffside that we'll find the final flower, and then no. We would just need to hydrate it. Oh, I could just skip the scene. Okay, never mind. Poor flower down below. I mean, bear witness to all this. Yeah, maybe I just keep one of them far away enough, and then we try to build a few in the open. Okay, positionally, this is not working as well as I'd like. Lead it over a bit. Smash him against the cliff. I do like that you get multiple interactions like this. And that way you don't need to wait for the volleys. Yeah, so the flower's right here, actually. Well, we just need to hydrate it. But then I'm not able to really take this out. Well, we need to make it grow bigger, actually. And then maybe if it just absorbs the flower, then that'll hydrate it naturally. I do see its location on the cliffside at least now. And so we'll come here. Later we'll go for the splits. Yeah, we'll have a split one, I think. But then the idea is that... Nope. Gotta pick this up. There we go. If I make this just a little bit taller, we should be able to hydrate the flower. I feel like we're pretty close to that jam band interaction, actually. At least it seems to be waddling very happily. Poor apple flower is still down there. There we go. Okay, let's give this some distance. Back. I don't have that many eggs to work with though. Back. Yeah, I want to avoid merging them if I can. Nope, don't merge them. Get back. They're gonna merge. Actually, no, if they're big enough and independent, maybe they don't. Yeah, okay, no, if they're standing independently, they actually don't merge. So maybe we're able to set up the last one. I'm a little short on eggs, but that's what the bees are for. Problem is, I do need to use eggs now to get the note fruit. And we can't really transfer between the waterfall. That's going to be a little bit of a pain, perhaps. Let's figure this out. Maybe if we get the note fruit, I don't know how close to each other they need to be. Maybe we do need them in the cavern. Maybe we need them out of the cavern. Let's get the note fruit and find out. Let's just feed all of them. Maybe if they're kind of in proximity on the same screen, this suffices, but we'll have to try it. But yeah, past a certain size, they don't merge into each other anymore, so that's important to know. Oh. Alright. Nope, missed it. Nope, it shut its mouth. Okay, we need to go to the other side, like down below, and then we'll beat it down here. Are they going to sing? There we go. Well, there we don't. I wonder if they need to be closer. Maybe sink this one slightly and move it over. They're singing together, but they're not in the same place. Hang on. Okay, this is going to be a problem because... Yeah, I think they do need to be in the same area at the very least. But it's going to be hard to form that. Let's think about it. Okay. That's fine. Then maybe we can split this one. I mean, I certainly hope they don't all need to be in the cave. Because that is not easy to set up at all. Okay, good. Because now... actually, well, okay, that's a problem. Yeah, basically, if you have two beside each other, you can use one to split the other. And then that way, you don't need eggs to merge them necessarily. There we are. We got the jam band and the choir. Great, great. Yeah, so that's how you do it. You don't use eggs to split them. You make them tall enough that they don't merge into each other. And then you bop one to split the adjacent one. And then you just do a lot of quick tosses to make sure they get out of each other's way. So do they have to sing or just get note for it? Presumably, to have them perform live, they do in fact need to sing. Jam band, I think, maybe just requires you to make 3. I don't think it requires anything else other than making 3. Now, why are we at 96%? Because we're missing... something undiscovered. No, save the small one from the fish. We still haven't done that. Let's get the advanced hint. Well, that doesn't help. The 100 coin ones are just traps every single time. No, I think the right way to do it was actually to get under the crates, but we need to do it without being lifted up by the crates constantly, and so I think we can probably try it. Yeah, we will not see Chapter 4 today, unfortunately, but I'm glad we brought some measure of thoroughness back, because we had been a little sloppy in Chapters 2 and 3 when it comes to actually playing through everything. If we rush over here... Oh, I have no eggs, though. Let's get some eggs first. And I guess we do need to make it slightly taller. Let's just gobble them. It's a happy apple. So, in order to grab that, I think we have to hit with an egg from below in a crate. But to do that, we need to get this guy out of the way. Now, there are ways to do it. But I need enough eggs in reserve afterwards. I can't neglect that. I need to make him small enough that he doesn't lift all the crates. That's the way I'm thinking of doing it. Okay. Now I don't have very many eggs remaining to do this. It does lift some crates though, but not enough for this to be a problem. So maybe we can rescue using the spin. Got it. That's how you do it. That's 100%. Okay, that was very satisfying. I'm glad we went back for this one. We did skim over some objectives in Chapter 2 as well, and so at some point we'll go back. Not necessarily going for a full 100% on every single stage, but when it's within reach, we do it. But I'm not going to spend too long being stumped on things unless they're for a necessary objective, like the one that we got really stuck on earlier today and yesterday. That puts us at an even 750 for objectives so far, which seems like a nice place to pause for the day, and yeah, we've started filling this in quite nicely. I can afford 2 additional exploration tools for the interface, so we'll probably go back to that. So yeah, at mountaintops we've got lots that I hadn't done, including in general being really sloppy with the flowers in the top 3 here. We might go back for flowers at some point. I should see whether there are new secondary objectives on some of the creatures here, in fact. Not that I can see. Yeah, so... yeah, because we really didn't get to know these ones very well. And so we'll want to go back for that, especially that we've started getting back on track when it comes to going all flowers. Let's open up to invent some things. Egg counter. Well, I guess that makes it easier to see. Even though Yoshi doesn't really have much in the way of colored eggs in this game like he usually does, but easier to visualize, I guess. Egg counter by type. Message log? No, absolutely not. Like, look at how much space this takes up. It just covers the screen, actually, if you really want to. Well, I mean, it potentially covers the screen. I guess that's the maximum. So you can see all his dialogue scroll up. No, that is a terrible idea. But we might go for one of the counters or something not so obtrusive. I found that everything we put here so far has been pretty useful, even the pedometer up here. Like Yoshi's carrying a 3DS in his pocket or something to measure all his steps. Tag some creatures with streak paths along the way. So yeah, next time we'll almost certainly proceed to Chapter 4. At some point I will want to double back to Chapter 2, but we'll do that depending on time. But I would really like to try to get through 4 and 5 within the next few days, and then we'll probably maybe take a bit of an interruption, as I said before, and then double back to this game to really take our time with post-game and do it all properly. Pretty happy with today getting back on track, at least in terms of the quality of play on my end, through some very interesting levels and a fantastic roster of creatures. So yeah, we're going to call it for today. So thanks for watching, and until we continue with more of Yoshi and the Mysterious Book, have a wonderful time ahead of you with everything that you may be playing or watching, or otherwise cataloging in the wild. And as always, fare thee well.